There we go. Boop. Okay. One of these days I will get this in such a way that I don't feel I have to reorganize stuff every step, even though nothing changes. No, only 4. Okay. Hi. So, today we get to cover Ice Age. Yeah, Ice Age is always, like, all the really, really old sets, you know, the ones from, I would probably say before 5th edition, are really interesting. Well, let's say before Urza's Saga. That might be a better dividing point. Are really interesting because, like, first of all, colors had abilities that you don't see anymore. And sometimes it's not just, you know, it's not in that color anymore and it's been moved. No. This just isn't a thing anymore. What? Yeah, this just isn't a thing. So, really, really old cards end up being very interesting because you end up seeing stuff that just doesn't exist anymore. So, let's see here. Let's go to my mono green deck that I've been working on very, very slowly. And, oh yeah, before I forget, 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. Although that, again, that last link is much less relevant right now because that's 4 decks that I'm, you know, in the process of working on. This is this giant list, which is not a thing we're concerned about currently until I finish sorting stuff out. But a lot of these cards are, like, if you take a look at this list, realistically speaking, a lot of this is, yeah, this is a thing. It's overcosted if you're playing it in a color that actually does that thing. Like, if you take a look at, say, Hornet Sting, for example, you know, it's not a very interesting card in and of itself. It's 1 green. It deals 1 damage to any target. If you're playing red, in a lot of standard sets, you're dealing 2 damage. And if you're playing anything larger than that, you're getting 3 or more. But green is getting it, but, you know, green is getting the ability to do 1, which sounds bad, and that's kind of on purpose, because green really doesn't get this ability. But you start looking at some of these other cards, and, you know, let's try Glass Asp. And Glass Asp really only exists. I can't remember if there's an no, there's no apostrophe. Because of Naf's Asp. Glass Asp being a callback to it, it's only in Time Spiral block. Naf's Asp says whenever it deals combat damage, or I should say whenever it deals damage, because cards back in the day, a lot of the time, the only way they could deal damage was through combat, so they just said whenever they dealt damage. Whenever it deals damage to a player, that player loses 1 life at the beginning of their next draw step unless they pay 1 mana before that draw step. So, and then Glass Asp is, you know, an extra green, an extra 2 mana. You get a 2/1 instead of a 1/1. I probably would have made it a 2/2, just make it, but whatever. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, because now there's ways for things to deal damage other than combat, they lose 2 life at the beginning of their next draw step, unless they pay 2 before that step. I'm running Glass Asp over Naf's Asp. Although, maybe if I'm running one, I should run both. But here's what you're looking at, though. You're looking at a creature that deals its damage once, and then has a chance of dealing more damage again later. This is not really a thing that you see in Magic in general. It'll either do damage to everybody on their upkeep, you know, on that player's upkeep or whatever, or it'll deal combat damage. It generally doesn't do let's do combat damage, and then let's do more damage again later. There's a couple other cards. There's one that we covered in Legends, I think it was, where it dealt damage to each player that it had previously dealt damage to. I think it was an upkeep trigger. No. Maybe it was the dark. It could have been the dark. Yeah, the Fallen. At the beginning of your upkeep, deals 1 damage to each opponent and Planeswalker. It has dealt damage to this game. This is not an ability that you see coming up. So it's not just a matter of it has, you know, it's not just a matter of the color doesn't get that ability anymore. That ability is not a thing that you see anymore. But when you do see it, it's generally a given color scheme. So, and now SASP, I think now SASP is supposed to be giving the idea of like being poison, and then because in certain versions of Dungeons and Dragons, you not only have to take, you know, if you get poisoned, you not only have to take the initial poison, you know, your initial shot of it, there's also a second, like a minute later, you have to make another save. And if you fail that save, there's another effect. And this might be trying to emulate that kind of idea. You don't just get poisoned once. It's, you know, it tends to happen over time. Anyway. So sometimes the cards that we're looking at are just plain, this ability just doesn't exist anymore. Which is also, you know, this is part of the reason why it's nice to go back through these old sets and go, wait, you do what? You do what? This isn't a situation like Merchant Ship, Or maybe a better example, since I just brought up, is Hornet Sting. Let me pull up Merchant Ship real quickly. If this card were to be created today, there would be no island restriction. It would probably be white. It would just be like 1 white for 0/2. When it attacks and is not blocked, you gain 2 life. Something that simple. On a 0/2. I could completely see that. But this is a blue card that gains life. So that's not the sort of effects I'm talking about. I am talking about effects that just, you do not see them anymore. So there's also, that I think is the more interesting question. I can easily find cards that do things in the wrong color. Well, for bring definitions of easy. Here's a mono white burn deck that I came up with some time ago. If you really want to play burn in mono white, which features some cards from Ice Age, the set we're going to talk about tonight, and go away. I am ready to start uninstalling that thing because it just keeps bothering me. Yeah, I have ways of dealing damage to people that are... You don't see a lot of it. Icasian Javelineers, you start combining that with the ability to proliferate. You could actually end up dealing a bunch of damage. Equal treatment makes effects like these four here and Triskelius really funny because each ping ends up dealing 2 damage instead. This deck, I think I wouldn't say it's easy to burn somebody out, but it's not. I think it's easier to burn somebody out than it at first appears. Green is being a lot more interesting to try and come up with it, because green just does not really get that ability. Anyway. Ramble. Already spent probably 12 minutes rambling about, 14 minutes. About stuff that has a very tangential bearing on what I'm talking about. Anyway. Mono white Ice Age. Let's start off with Mercenaries. So, Mercenaries, 4 mana, 3/3. I mean, that's not terrible. With a really weird activated ability. For 3 mana, the next time this creature would deal damage to you this turn, prevent that damage. Any player may activate this ability. What? It's, its actual original card text might make things a little more understandable. Whenever Mercenaries damages a player, that player may pay 3 to prevent that damage. This also harkens back to the way Magic was worded back, or not worded, but the way the rules worked back then, where damage was a funny thing. Didn't matter if it was combat damage or spell or whatever. Just damage in general. Essentially, combat damage, damage would be assigned, and then dealt, and then there was and technically resolved. That's at the point that the spell or ability was considered to have resolved and done its thing. But then there was a step after that where you could prevent damage from whatever was dealing it, or regenerate from that thing. 6th edition turned around and made all of those things. You have those things set up before the damage is dealt. But prior to that, yeah, there was a step after lightning bolt dealt the 3 damage to your creature that you could go, okay, now I'll prevent the damage from it. What? I've already dealt the damage. Yeah, I'm preventing it. It was really odd, and this made damage prevention and regeneration. I think it made it stronger, at least as a spell, as opposed to on a permanent. This made stuff like that more powerful back in the day than it does now. Because now you actually have to, the person playing the spell, playing the lightning bolt or whatever, can, okay, well in that case, I'll remand it back to my hand. Draw an extra card for it, okay, so I've wasted a couple of mana, but I have my lightning bolt back in my hand now. Back in the day, even if remand existed, you'd be like, okay, well, I can't undo the damage that I've just dealt. But yeah, what this means is if mercenaries would deal damage to any player for whatever reason, the person being affected can go, yeah, I'm going to spend 3 mana and I'll take none of it. I think this is the problem with mercenaries is when you're looking at a format like EDH, like there's always the question of, do you pay the 1? And that commonly refers to cards like Esper Sentinel and similar effects. Esper Sentinel, Ristic Study, Smothering Tithe. In this case, do you pay the 2? So on and so forth. Cards with this kind of effect where it's like, it doesn't stop you from doing your thing, but the person that controls Esper Sentinel, Ristic Study, whatever, gets a bonus if you don't pay the 1. This is now, do you pay the... and because that ends up coming up as often as it does in certain tables, at least before we had the bracket system, and, the question of game changers and so forth. And that's a completely different conversation, and I think people have to remember that the bracket system, it's not as simple and cut and dried as, well, I don't have any game changers in my deck, therefore it's a 1 or it's a 2. Well, no. My Tulane deck is probably a 3, possibly. Probably 3.5, because it stops people from playing the game if I don't want them to play. It's that simple. Just because you have... And I don't think it has any game changers in it at all. Tulane was... Where are you? Where were you? I literally just saw you. There you are. Tulane is there as a general because I don't care about the vigilance. I don't care about the casting. The cast trigger is nice, but it's the return target creature you control to owner's hand, and the fact that it's banned. You know, it's blue, green, white. It allows me to play all these counter spells, and if I do things like, you know, if I play Spell Queller, and in response to its enter trigger, I bounce it back to my hand, then its leave trigger triggers first, cannot return a card, and then I permanently exile the spell, and I've got Spell Queller back in my hand. I've just permanently stopped a spell that costs 4 or less, and I get to do it again. You know, this entire deck is based around telling people, no, if I don't want you to play Magic, you are not playing Magic. And I have 5 cards in here that exile a spell. 5 that specifically return the spell to owner's hand. And 2 that end the turn. So that's already 12 cards that will stop uncounterable spells from resolving. You know, I'm just going to turn around and tell you, if I don't want you to play Magic, you're not playing Magic. But I don't think it runs any game changers at all. I think the only one would be Force of Will, and I don't think that's in here. Actually, will you tell me it doesn't tell me there. Overview? I don't see anything there. Let's find a list that I know has at least one game changer. Multi-balls. I'm pretty sure does. Oh, that's... Why are you saying you're not legal? Okay, beyond that... No? Are you... No. Do I not have anything that's on the game changers? That's weird. I thought I had Kozilek, maybe? I doubt it. Huh. Kozilek, white, blue, black, red, green. I don't remember anything. Maybe? Recover. Thank you. Details. Huh. I might actually not have a deck that runs any game changers. Yes, I do. Zero Aryan does. What do you mean not legal? Oh, swamp. Do not know why it doesn't show up there. You're a reanimator. Turgrid. Weird. Oh. V1, Scryfall. Okay. That's interesting. So, deck stats does not tell you whether or not you're running any game changers. I find that really weird. Okay. That's the first one I've run into. And that's a site I use all the time, so they'll probably do it eventually. It just might take a while. Anyway. More rambling, more shenanigans. So. Mercenaries. Next time this would deal damage to prevent that damage. Well, first of all, I mean, it's a 4 mana 3/3 with that. So it's a 4 mana 3/3. The only reason I can see wanting to play Mercenaries is if you want to make people continue to spend extra mana. But even so, I don't think Mercenaries is where you want to go for this. There's enough effects like Thalia, you know, the 2 different Thalias, and Smothering Tithe, and Esper Sentinel, and so forth and so on. I don't think Mercenaries is where you want to be. And like I said, it's a 4 mana 3/3. If this was a 4 mana 4/4... Because remember, at that point, date less than 1990s, let's say 1996, ID equal white, mana value equal 4, yeah, mana value equal 4, toughness greater than 2, power greater than 2. You had Moorish Cavalry, which for a slightly more difficult cost, was a 3/3 with trample. You had Northern Paladin, which, again, for a slightly more difficult cost, was a 3/3 that could blow up black cards. And for the exact same cost as mercenaries, you had a 3/5 flying wall, which to me suggests that maybe, like, not unreasonably speaking, you could get a 3/3 flyer. You know, basically Phantom Monster in white for the same cost fairly easily. You got mercenaries. It's no. And we're talking stuff that existed before Ice Age. Moorish Cavalry. Moorish Cavalry never got a reprint? Really? Are you kidding me? Huh. Although it does have some, like, spiritual reprints. You know, it has reprints that, not reprints per se, but here's a card that does the exact same thing with a different name. Is it Noble Elephant? Or is that the banding one? No, that's the banding one. There's a couple other 3/3s for 3 that have trample that came out over the years. Mana value equal 4, mana 2, ID equal white, power equal 3, toughness equal 3. Oh, trample, game, paper. Go away. Really? I must be misremembering things then. Yeah, oh well. It's a thing that happens. Anyway, but yeah, Moorish Cavalry. I mean, maybe they thought Moorish Cavalry was too powerful, but it's fine. I'll never turn around and tell somebody you can't play it. It's a perfectly serviceable creature. It's not amazing and overpowered, but it's a 3/3 trample for 4 in white. I'm not gonna turn around and tell people no, don't play it. It's fine. Mercenaries? No. I don't see a good reason for playing it. Kildoran Guard. And some people may complain about the way I pronounce it. I'm sorry. I see K followed by a J. My first question is, you know, how do you feel about the existence of languages other than English? If you don't have a problem with it and just don't know how to pronounce it, that's one thing. But I really see this as like, find out how people that, you know, like look up a word. Take a guess on what language you think Kildoran, if it was from Earth, what kind of language that would be. And then go figure out how they would pronounce it. I see this somewhere in Northern Europe. I've always imaged it, especially the setting. I've always felt something like Northern Europe. At which point, pronouncing the J like a Y just makes sense to me. And maybe I'm just a grumpy old man, yelling at the clouds, with my cane telling kids, "Get off of my lawn!" But, regardless. This I've always found has got a weird ability. So, here's the thing. If you turn around and make this a 2-mana 1/1, and just tap, and this is the entire ability, it's fine. It's great. People will play it happily. When that creature leaves the battlefield this turn, sacrifice this creature, i.e., if that creature leaves play this turn, bury Keeldor on guard, i.e., if you lose the creature you're pumping, you lose your guard as well. Obviously, he wasn't. Now, that being said, I can see that for flavor reasons. And if you're building based on flavor, go right ahead. I'm not going to tell you not to build around flavor. I mean, if you don't build around, if you don't deal with flavor, we don't get chocolate. And chocolate is amazing. Activate only during combat and only if the defending player controls no snow lands. Now, this part here, most of the time, is not going to make any difference. There's going to be a handful of decks that actually specifically care about snow. You're going to get you're going to get a couple of people that are playing with snow because they want to, or because, hey, you know what, I've got like a dozen random snow-covered plains. Sure, whatever. You've got the one guy who's going to play with something like Realms Uncharted and is running a couple of snow-covered force, so they can also fetch snow-covered force and regular force and a couple other things that are kind of force. But realistically, most people aren't going to bother with snow-covered lands. So the last clause here pretty much is irrelevant most of the time. So now it boils down to activate only during combat. Okay. Again, I will point out one thing that people keep not reading. This never says it has to be target. This is never target creature you control. But compare that to Angelic Page. Which came out all the way, came out in Urza Saga. Which is still, let's see here, 1998. About 4 years later, target attacking or blocking creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn. Essentially the same ability as this. Although this one can target a creature that's not in combat, whereas Angelic Page has to be a creature that's in combat. This is a flyer. They actually do have subtly different uses. They actually have subtly different uses. So I would not necessarily... I'd say, in a general sense, if you're playing one, consider playing the other, because they do have different utility. This is the one part that gives me pause. I can get around the rest of it. This is the one part that gives me pause. Now, that being said, are you playing a deck that stops people from being able to sacrifice. Is it Yasharn? Players can't pay life or sacrifice non-land permanents to cast spells or activate. Let's take a quick zoom. Can't pay life or sacrifice creatures. Minus O. Sacrifice card name. Spells and abilities your opponents control can't cause you to sacrifice permanents. No, because you would control it. Triggered abilities you control. Spells and abilities your opponents control can't cause you. Assault suit would work. Assault suit would work. Okay, so there's one way to actually make it work. And that would be to equip it with an assault suit, which is a hilarious way of getting around it. But yeah. But I wouldn't want to put assault suit on. I wouldn't want to put assault suit on a Keldorn guard. I think in general there's. You know what? ID equal W. Color equal. Okay, so Keldorn Guard we already did. Traveling Minister kind of works. Ghost Warden is really what you're looking at. Bravekin Duo and Ghost Warden or Oryak Blade Warden. which is always going to be at least a 1/1. So, Auriok Blade Warden or Ghost Warden. If you're looking for that effect, look for those two cards first, like especially if you're looking at a relatively cheap, something that costs less than 3 mana. Look at Ghost Warden and Auriok Blade Warden first. If that still doesn't give you enough, I might go Kyoto and Guard next. Rally. Something I'm going to keep bringing up for a lot of these really old cards. 2 mana instant, which is great. Again, do you want to play with Isochron Scepter? Sure. Blocking creatures get +1/+1 till end of turn. They don't have to be your creatures. And this is a common. Oh my god. I need to grab a copy of this deck for my mono white commons deck. Because just being able to randomly pump my team by +1/+1, when you're looking at a deck that's based on the plan of I spend 1 card and get at least 2 bodies out of it, let's say I play Clowning Around, which is, we'll say 2 bodies. And then I don't get anything again until, let's say, Captain's Call, which is 3 bodies. If I decide not to attack for whatever reason, I spent 2 cards and got 5 bodies. The result of that is that if I suddenly cast Rally, I'm netting +5/+5. That is a huge, huge deal. For 2 mana, giving your team +5/+5, that's a lot. And that deck that I just had up is commons. If you're building a deck that expects at some point, you're going to have to block, and you just want a cheap spell to help with that, if you have a reasonable number of creatures or creature generators, I would probably say if you've got at least 20 creatures in your deck, Rally's probably worth at least looking at. If you're running 20 creatures and Isochron Scepter, you really want to take a good strong look at Rally, because great, I have to block suddenly +1/+1 to my entire team. If you have 3 creatures, this is essentially +3/+3. It's spread out, but it's +3/+3. If you are playing something along the lines of, it wouldn't be this deck, but if you're playing something along the lines of Slimefoot, Slimefoot the Stowaway, where you can just keep making, he's a Fungus Lord, you're going to want to play Saplings. And then you can just pay mana and make more Saplings. you know, a deck like this, you're going to want an effect like Rally or Krenka. Tap, make X 1/1 goblins, where X is the number of goblins you control, and he himself is a goblin. You know, you play a card like this and you want Rally. So a deck of that kind of nature, you should at least be looking at Rally. Keldorn Elite Guard. This is basically the buffed up version of Keldorn Guard. You know, 2 mana for a 1/1. When that leaves the battlefield, you sack the guard, activate only during combat, etc. Keldorn Elite Guard. 4 mana for 2/2. Because +2/+2. Sacrifice the Elite Guard. When that leaves the battlefield, activate only during combat. There's no snow restriction, which again isn't that big a deal, but there's no snow restriction. To be fair, this was a reasonable size of text on a card. But this is the better version, because it doesn't have a restriction that doesn't matter. So, again, Assault Suit, but Assault Suit is so much better on this one. Because the Assault Suit, you know, +2/+2, has haste, can't attack you or planeswalkers you control, whatever, and can't be sacrificed. So, +2/+2. I am much happier throwing that on the Elite Guard. The other thing to keep in mind is target creature, it can always be itself. Now at that point, you're generally using this defensively. However, don't forget, you know, and I keep going back to the same well, but that's because it's an easy enough, you know, it's an easy card for me to remember. That does, like, oh yeah, I need a card that can make sure my creatures get this. Akrona's Memorial. They need to be but Akrona's Memorial. They need Akrona's Memorial. In this case, it's Vigilance. There's other ways to give your creatures Vigilance. This is not the only way. It's a really good way because they get all this as well. But if you just care about Vigilance, you can do it for cheaper. But if you give the Elite Vanguard, if you give Keldorn Elite Guard Vigilance, then suddenly it can attack as a 4/4 basically. When that creature leaves the battlefield this turn, sacrifice this. Okay. But, you know, again, this activate only during combat. Are there better ways to pull that off? You know, are there better ways to pull off this ability? Probably. Let's go for 4. Really? At 4 mana, there's only 1. What about 3? So, Battleborn Veteran and Stern Marshal are basically the same card. On your turn before you attack, tap, target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Activate only on your turn before attackers are declared. And then there's Kabuto Moth, which is almost there. So, yeah. If I'm looking to build a deck based around, a bunch of guys that are there to, like, pump everybody else, I might be looking at this, but I would probably be rather looking at something like, I can't remember his name. Oh yeah, Azuri Renegade Leader. As an example, I mean, I'm not saying go green. If you want to play white, but you're looking at something like this. Elf creatures you control get +3/+3 and gain trample till end of turn. So you can keep activating this multiple times. And sure, extra levels of trample are redundant, but that +3/+3 will continue to stack. So I would more likely be looking at a card with an effect like that. Cost : not tap : but I mean, it's still a playable concept. Elvish Healer. Elvish Healer. There was Elvish Healer, and there was... Cooperation, that was it. And I specifically only bring this up because of the flavor text. The Keldorns keep the orcs at bay and we train their healers. Most human bargains aren't as fair. Lena, the Elvish Council. The elves trains our healers and we keep the orcs at bay. Most elvish bargains aren't as fair. General Jarkeld, the Arctic Fox. What? Hilarious flavor text. It's even funnier that they're both white cards. And they both think that the other side is not, is not really fair, but, they both got something useful. But yeah, tap, prevent 1 damage to the next that would be dealt to any target this turn. If it's green, prevent 2 of that damage and prevent the next 2 instead. Keep in mind, this is based on the Samite Healer. 2 mana for a 1/1, tap to prevent the next 1 damage. This is 3 mana, so 1 extra mana. You get an extra point of toughness. And the ability to prevent an extra point of damage. Way back in Magic's history, being able to prevent damage was actually a thing that was relevant. You do not see that much anymore. This is one of those abilities that, as I've mentioned, it's kind of fallen by the wayside. if you really want to muck up people's combat math, Semite Healer and Elvish Healer, and I mean, you can play Orym. Play Orym as your general and just confuse everybody, and just, especially if you've got if you can find a way somehow to get additional untaps, and like what you really want is like a Seedborn Muse effect. Untap all permanents you control during each other player's untap step. You really want an effect like that. You might have to go green-white. But if you can pull that off and have Orym as your general and run a bunch of, you know, tap prevent the next X damage that would be dealt, the amount of headaches you can create at the table, it will be... I almost want to build that deck now. And throw in a handful of, you know, oh no. You combine that with, Eldrazi Monument. Creatures you control, yet and indestructible. Which means that really the only way to get rid of all your creatures would be to either cause you to sacrifice them, or, which, as a general rule, bypassing sacrifice, because sacrifice doesn't tend to be you have to sacrifice a specific creature. It's target player sacrifices sacrifices creature. Have something that can just randomly pop out tokens and not care. And the other way, so, which basically boils down to all is dust. Each player sacrifices all permanents they control that are one or more colors. An effect like that. And so generate a handful of, find a way to generate some tokens regularly. Mobilization comes to mind. Not saying you should run mobilization specifically, just pay 3 mana. Heliod, God of the Sun. Makes cleric tokens. These are clerics. Yeah, you can do that thing. Other creatures you control have vigilance. Yeah. So, Heliod, God of the Sun. Eldrazi Monument. Which then means you have to worry about -X, so you have to worry about a card like Toxic Deluge. Which means making your... One way to do that is just simply make your creatures big enough that it's expensive to do that. Black Sun Zenith. Oh, Solemnity. Counters can't be put on artifact, creatures, enchantments, or lands. So that would stop Black Sun Zenith. You would basically be looking at an effect like Toxic Deluge or Mutilate, which is based on number of swamps you control. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that and this will just cause so many headaches. Building around healers? Yeah. If you've ever played Dungeons and Dragons or a similar game system, or even certain like MOBAs or whatever, if you've got more than one healer in your party, it is hard to keep the party down. Have fun with that. Cold Snap. So, Cold Snap, I put in my mono white burn deck, and the plan, the thing about Cold Snap itself, what I've done. So first of all, Darien, King of Keldor, he wants you to take damage, and for taking damage, you make tokens. Cold Snap, during each player's upkeep, they take 1 damage for each snow-covered land they control. Okay. So you combine that with Arkham's Weathervane to turn a snow land into a non-snow, or non-snow into snow. Then you can start doing a bunch of damage to people, because they're going to keep taking damage because they have a land of a specific category. Voltaic Construct, so you can use the Weathervane more than once. Karn to turn this into a creature. Voltaic Construct, so you can use this more than once. Turn a bunch of lands into snow in a single turn if you've got enough mana. It would basically be for each activation. Because you only have to do this once. And then Sun Titan, because this is a 3 mana spell, but it's got cumulative upkeep of 2. That being said, if you can bypass the cumulative upkeep, which I think is the on hub, yeah, players get their upkeep steps. If you can bypass paying the cumulative upkeep, oh no, that doesn't work. Oh, Solemnity works though. Have I got Solemnity in here by any chance? I doubt I do. No, I shouldn't have Solemnity in here. But I have Therapede and I have Spinal Parasite, which allow me to remove counters from permanents. I kind of want those, you know, to deal with things like planeswalkers and stuff. But they also make keeping Cold Snap around a lot easier. So if you're looking for a weird white burn spell, which, you know, for this deck, I was definitely in the market for a weird white burn spell. I'm in the mood for a lot of weird white burn spells. Yeah. Cold Snap. Definitely a card. Kelsenko Ranger. Kelsenko Ranger basically boils down to am I playing green and white in some combination? And my green creatures are the ones most likely to end up in combat. There are other, you know, I'm not saying you don't have white creatures that will end up in combat, but if the ones that end up in combat are primarily green, you might want to consider this, because especially if you've got like one of the things green likes to be known for these days is having cheap creatures with death touch. A cheap creature with death touch that suddenly goes, oh, by the way, I have first strike till end of turn now. Wait, what? If you've got a 2-power creature with death touch and it suddenly gets first strike, it requires 3 creatures minimum to block it. I mean, it'll require that anyway, but it might actually end up requiring more. And then, oh, who is it? Is it Quinde? I think it might be Quinde. Yes. If you have Quinde in that deck, giving your creatures first strike is a death set. Quinde plus Kelsenko Ranger just gets dumb really fast. And the thing is, its only restriction is target green creature. That's a nice elephant you got there. You want to do extra damage? What? Here, have first strike. Yeah, you can use one person to kill one of your other. Just, by the way, have first strike on a couple of your guys. Yeah. Again, great card in a multiplayer format. Sacred Boon. This is not a card that you see a lot of very much. Off the top of my head, I can think of this and Scars of the Veteran, and there might be one other. Because damage prevention, very, very, very much not a thing that happens much anymore. 2 mana, instant. Prevent the next 3 damage to be dealt to target creature this turn. At the beginning of the next end step, put a +0/+1 counter on that creature for each damage prevented this way. So, ideally, you want to put this on, let's say, a 1/2 as an example. That's going to take 1 damage. You cast this, or actually no, you want to do it on a 1/2 that would take 4 damage. because you need to make sure that it lives through the damage. If it's a 1/1, that would take 4 damage, and you prevent 3 of it, then it's still taking the 4th point, which is enough to kill it. So you'd be looking at, as an example, a 1/2 that would take 4 damage, or a 1/3 that would take 5. The power doesn't matter. It's the toughness we're talking about. So a 1/2 that would take 4 damage. You prevent 3 of it. That's enough to keep it alive. And at the beginning of the next end step, it gets a +0/+1 counter for each damage prevented this way. So suddenly that 1/2 is now going to be a 1/5. Now think about this in other terms. Because, again, the ideal situation is you have to use up the entire boon, and that's 3. Toughness matters decks. Oh, wow, toughness matters decks. Okay. Each creature control defender assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power and can attack as though it didn't have defender. Yeah, this thing. This thing. This thing. A deck like this is what you should be looking at. If you want a damage prevention spell for a deck like Arcades the Strategist, or basically any other toughness matters white deck, Doran the Siege Tower is another good example. Something something of that nature. You may, if you're playing a deck like that and you're in the market for a damage prevention spell, consider Sacred Boon. That +0, so this is +0/+3. So in a deck like that, that is an extra +3/+3 basically. Permanent. And again, it's a 2-mana instant. You can just for those that don't know what I mean when I say this, Isochron Scepter. 2-mana artifact. When it comes into play, you exile a card from your hand. It has to be an instant that costs 2 mana or less. Then you can pay 2 and tap the Scepter to copy the card that you exiled, and then cast the copy without paying its mana cost. You almost never want to put an X spell on there, because when you do that, X equals 0. However, you can pay additional costs. So if you've got a card with Kicker, and way back in the day, the most common card that you would do that with is Orm's Chant. 1 white, instant, Kicker of a white. Because you're talking a 1-on-1 format at that point. Target player, so your opponent, can't cast spells this turn, and if it was kicked, their creatures also can't attack. So you do this on your opponent's upkeep, then they've got that tiny window from the start of their upkeep until this finishes resolving to be able to cast spells, and then for the rest of the turn, they can't do anything. This was better. This was like having Moat. It's just that you had to, oh no, I have to pay double, sorry, I had to pay 1 white and 2 other and tap an artifact every turn. So as once I've got 3 spare mana floating around, I just basically locked my opponent out of the game. So you can pay additional costs, because keep in mind it's only without paying its mana cost. Additional costs you still can / have to pay. So if you're looking at, oh jeez, I'm drawing a blank on the name. I am drawing a blank on the name. Oh, I know what it was. Actually, I better keep that handy. You. Shrapnel Blast, you would still have to sacrifice the artifact. You know, you still have to sacrifice the artifact to it. But 2 mana instant, sacrifice an artifact. When Shrapnel Blast was around, you had 6 artifact lands you could play with in standard, plus other random artifacts. You were basically flooding the board with artifacts and using this, 1 or 2 of these to finish off your opponent. Yeah. So you'd still have to sacrifice an artifact. But any other additional costs that you wanted to go with, it's like, okay, fine, that's fine. I can do that. Sacred Boon. If you're considering a damage prevention spell or 2 for a Toughness Matters deck of any style, consider Sacred Boon, especially if Isochron Scepter for that deck is already on your radar. Hallowed Ground. So, 1 white, 1 other for an enchantment. 2 white, target. Return target non-snow land you control to its owner's hand. Again, people don't play with enough lands that have the snow type, so you can pretty much ignore this word here. Return target land you control to its owner's hand. Yes, I very much would like to reuse my Bajika bag. How very thoughtful of you. A card like Ash Barrens. I had in play, because I needed the lands. Now I really need to find a specific land. Or I now need a land to draw a card. Or, there's all sorts of lands that have come into play effects. Okay. When this center's tapped. When it comes into play, 1 damage to target opponent. Here's the fun part. If you are playing Kitchen Table and not Commander, You run Lonely Arroyo. Actually, I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce that, but I'll say Arroyo. In combination with Hallowed Ground, and you basically have 2 white and a land drop, 1 damage to target opponent. And if you've got a way, I don't know. I think it's Walking Atlas. Yeah. Walking Atlas. Tap. You may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. Okay. Now you're not even using up your land drop. The fact that it comes in a play tap, don't care. And suddenly you've got like, I'm just going to keep pinging you every turn. I'm going to spend 2 mana and tap a creature. I'm going to spend 2 mana and tap a creature and do another point of damage to you. Do another point of damage to you. Do another point of damage to you. Oh, you can do that in mono. You can do that in mono brown. Yeah. Sunscorched Desert comes into play. 1 damage to target player or planeswalker. Oh, if you've got more than 1 card that lets you go, hey, by the way, throw an extra land into play, that you can play in mono white, you have a mono white. Okay. Hallowed Ground, suddenly. I gotta pull my. I better just leave this deck open. I have. One damage target player. I don't have these. Okay. Okay. So this is going to end up getting an overhaul at some point. Because I'm going to. Maybe I'll just cut a plains and add Sunscorched Desert. And add Hallowed Ground. Welcome back to my list for welcome to my list of cards that I'm going. I need to remember this is a thing that exists in Notepad++. There. Now this is a word I never know how to pronounce. Search Google. You know what? Let's see if I can. Ugh. Yuck. Okay. Yeah. Pretty close to the way I'd been pronouncing it. So, this front section, weird letter combination to an English speaker, that it is. You pronounce it the way it looks. You know, I would see this and I would pronounce the Y like a short I. Thilg. And then again, that J. J-A. Yeah. And apparently the Thilgia would refer to, like, it looks like it's supposed to be some kind of spirit or something like that. So this might actually be the bear in question as like a protector. It's like, I'm going to sit there and I'm going to watch you. And as long as you don't muck around with, nature, and you do it, yeah, you're fine. Don't worry about it. I'll look after you. That's kind of the impression I get. But that's from, like, an extremely cursory glance at, happen to be what I saw when I was looking for the pronunciation. But here's the fun part. So, comes to play with 4 counters. You can remove one to prevent 1 damage. Oh, it's an enchant creature. Oh, that's adorable. Prevent 1 damage that would be dealt to enchant creature. And then you can throw 3 to throw another counter on it. So, yes, they're healing counters, so they don't interact with +1/+1 counters. It's not just any counter. I'm just talking about the kind of counter that's already on it. But this is funnier if you have a way to bounce it around. A, can I cast this as an instant somehow? And usually if you're playing blue, that's an easier way to do it. But can I get, just cast an enchant creature as an instant? Okay, that shouldn't be hard. So this is if you can get this flash somehow. This is pay white, prevent the next 4 damage that be dealt to this creature this turn. And then pay 3 mana to put additional counters on it later. And then you can always move the enchantment. Like this. Could you move the enchantment around back then? Yeah. Oh. No? Date less than 1996. No. Could have sworn there was one. Weird. I could have sworn there was one. I'm sure. I know there's a card that does something like what I'm thinking. I just can't remember what. I'll find it eventually when I'm going through these. But anyway, there are ways to move enchantments around from one creature to another, and once you start doing, the funny thing is because the counters are placed on the aura, you move the aura to another creature, and it's like, with enough mana, you just keep your creatures alive through all sorts of crazy shenanigans. Oh my dog. I suddenly want one of these with like an infinite amount of mana and a way to move it. For some reason or other, I've always pronounced his name with the J that you're used to in English. I never say Yarkeld. I always say Jarkeld, and I don't know why, even though, like, Kjeldorn, it's a Y sound. I don't know. And maybe it's because my brain thinks of, like, names like Jacob or something? I don't know. But that being said. Oh, this is funny. So you know how there's creatures that have power and toughness equal to the number of creatures you control? Yeah. Lost Order of Jarkeld. It's a 4-mana creature. Comes into play, you choose an opponent, and then it's as big as the number of creatures they have, +1. What? Yeah. If you have 37 creatures, this is 38. What? Okay. Wow. And because it's +1. Because it's +1. Give this thing Death Touch. Throw Lure on it. And give it first strike somehow. I attack with this. You have to block it with all your creatures. Because of Death Touch, they all die. Mine lives. He's now down to a 1/1, but all your creatures are now dead. If you can find a way to give it Death Touch and Lure, Nemesis Mask. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, that's amazing. You give it Death Touch via an effect like Basilisk Collar. You give it the Lure ability versus Nemesis Mask. You give it first strike however you want to do it. And then you flicker the Lost Order. Yeah, it's 4 cards. 5 cards if you count, whatever you're flickering with. Conjurer's Closet, let's say. With this, you just keep turning around going, you got how many creatures? Okay, they all die. Wait, what? Yeah, attacking with this, you have to block with everything, they all die. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, Lost Order of Jarkeld. I have to leave a note for this. Yep. I have to leave it. I had to leave a note for that for a couple of friends somewhere, and also somewhere where I could come back to it later and pass it around to other people. Yeah. As this enchantment enters, choose a color and an opponent. White creatures get +1/+1 as long as the chosen color is the most common color among non-token permanents the chosen player controls, but isn't tied for most common. Alright. And then when it's not, you sack the coat arms. But if I choose the person to my left and I choose blue as the most common color among non. Oh, yeah. So if I go to the person on my left and I name blue, as long as they have more blue cards, which is why it says non-token permanents, like actual cards, not tokens, actual cards, than any other color, white creatures get +1/+1. But as soon as any other color becomes at least equal, I lose the enchantment. But you choose a player, you never have to affect them with your stuff. Oh, that is hilarious. Oh, that is a funny, like, oh, that's a funny enchantment. I like that. Yeah. So, it is not unreasonable for somebody at your table to be playing a monocolor deck or a deck that is geared more heavily towards one color than another. For example, if you are playing against somebody playing Rakdos, I would generally, depending on the style of Rakdos deck, if they're playing Rakdos Dragons, I would assume they've got more red cards than black. If they're playing a Rakdos Aristocrat style deck, I would assume more black cards than red. Depends on the deck. As soon as I've got any impression of the style of deck that they're playing, and the funny thing is, it's white creatures. It's not white creatures you control. So it's going to affect the entire table. But you're the only one that's actually prepared for this. And people playing white are... I like this. I like this a lot more than I probably should. And it's a 2-mana pump. Oh, I like this card. I would probably like this card a lot more than I should. But I would be prepared to be playing this. And I would be playing multiple cards like this, like Crusade, like Jihad. I mean, again, these are cards, the last two cards I mentioned are cards that people have concerns about, but I don't look at them based on name. I'm looking at them in terms of what their effect is. You know, and it is a really powerful card. But yeah, the name Jihad is going to come up because we're talking concerns about, you know, violence of one race perpetuated on another. It's the same problem with Crusade. You know, this thing. Interestingly enough, and I don't blame them, this does not give you the ability, if it's one of these, you know, hey, by the way, racial problems, etc., etc., they don't give you the ability to buy these cards. But, I mean, and again, keep in mind, I refer back to these cards based on the fact that I've been playing for over 30 years. They are cards that creep in my brain because, you know, the first cards I can think of that do what I'm looking for. Honor the Pure, Divine Sacrament, Called Arms, and possibly Angelic Voices. That's basically what you're looking at. Whoops. Go away. So yeah, if I'm building a deck that's looking for an effect like Called Arms, you know, Honor the Pure, Divine Sacrament, like these are probably my first two. if my deck is mono, like if my deck is basically mono white, what's the original text on here? As long as the only creatures you control are white or artifact creatures. To me, that's a simpler. I understand this is proper Oracle text. Chronicles and Legends is so much easier to understand in this case. But yeah, I would probably run you guys first. Probably Angelic Voices and then Coat Arms. And that's assuming we're not looking at, you know, if I'm looking at a mono white deck, I'm okay running those cards. Then you get effects like Glorious Anthem. Yeah, which doesn't care about what color creatures they are. They just affect all your creatures. But yeah, I would be perfectly okay playing Coat Arms. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. I think that's good enough for white for now. Let's move on to blue, shall we? Mystic Might. So, the funny thing about Mystic Might is this is Incoherent Milkmaid. What? This is a card I had sketched out. Let's see if I can pull it up real quick. Actually, list of decks. You were see if I can. Let's see if this works. This might not work the way I want it to. But okay. So this was my Thada Adele mono blue ramp deck. And if you notice, I need to here. So this is cards that we're going to be in the deck, and this is the link to the actual deck list. And then down here was a list of cards that I had been considering for the deck. And I'm like, I should consider throwing this in. I might want to try putting this in. What if I put this in? And the first one I have listed here is Mystic Might. And the funny thing about Mystic Might, and let's swap back for a moment. The thing about Mystic Might is that, that's the right one, right? Yeah. The funny thing about Mystic Might is it does something that you don't expect it to do. And that's part of what I wanted out of my mono blue ramp deck. I wanted it to feel like yeah, you're playing blue, but you don't feel like you're playing blue. I wanted it to feel different. And so, was that this one? No, that's Yumiji. What are you? No, that's Zera. I must have left it in the other room. I'll find it later. This is... No. This is one of the things about playing Magic for a long time. You realize there's a lot of interesting options available. There are cards that nobody else plays with because that's not that kind of... The game is old enough that if you're looking for a card to do a certain thing, you can find a card to do that thing. So take a look at Mystic Might. It's a blue card that enchants a land. It's got cumulative upkeep of a blue +1, so on the first upkeep that this is in play, you're paying 2 mana. On the next upkeep, it'll be 4. The following upkeep, it'll be 6. So on and so forth. Enchanted Land has tap. Target creature gets +2/+2 till end of turn. What? This is a blue card. You can always use this in a pinch as almost a giant growth. You know, pay a green, pay a blue. So you're basically, for the cost of 2, basically for 2 mana, you know, 1 to cast it, and then 1 to be enchanted. But for the cost of 2 mana, target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Out of blue, that's actually not bad. And just like Giant Growth, it can be any creature you want. And if you keep this around, it's not completely unreasonable to keep this around for like 2 turns. Maybe 3. And you can always tap in response, because cumulative upkeep, that's a triggered ability. Triggered ability goes on the stack. In response, target creature gets +2/+2 till end of turn. Then you can pay the cost or not. And even if you choose not to, the creature you targeted still has the bump to, the boost till end of turn. This is not an unreasonable card if you're looking for this kind of effect, i.e., you're looking for a pump effect in a color that is not known for getting pump effects. So if we go back to my Thadadel deck here, my ramp deck, which, yes, weird decks are weird. Thadadel really doesn't need to be the general. The only reason she ended up being the general because she was the most reasonable creature I could play when I started conceiving the deck as a general. There's better cards now. In fact, I could probably take Cosima from the main deck, put that as my general, take that Adele out, and who knows, maybe throw Mystic Might in. But yeah. Creatures for ramping, a handful of combo bits, leyline combos with something that's further down. Oh yeah, Leyline combos with Mirror Box to basically buff all my creatures, plus something else further down. Life tap combos with the Avamaya Cradle of Growth due to the way the rules work. To mean whenever my opponent taps any land, I gain life, and then I can use Well of Lost Dreams to draw cards. And then Decimator Web, slowly kill off my opponents. This is stuff that's here to ramp into, like reasons for actually having ramp. This is extra ways of gaining extra mana. These are all cards to dig for lands. These, some of which are pretty mana intensive, so also more stuff to ramp into to kill individual things. Landfall. Hey, by the way, lands coming into play, things happen. Some mass removal. Phasing us out here. Destroy all creatures. For each creature destroyed this way, they get a 2/2 black for Xing creature token. Except if you scroll back up, Leyline Singularities say everything's legendary. That's an erratic wombat. This makes my... You think it's the Flash. Wee woo. Oh, I still have you up. But yeah. It is, like I said, it's not unreasonable. I could take that doll out. Because she just doesn't do anything that deck is looking for. But then I turn her on. No, I don't want to put Cosima there. I might have something else that's legendary that I could throw in instead. Oh, wait a sec. Do I? What else do I have that's legendary? Or do I? Let's go details real quick. I have a luge. Okay, so I've got at least one. Cosima, I want to keep in the actual main deck. Yeah, so the only card that I actually have that I could put would be luge. Alright. Which would make more sense. FYI, that will get you to this list of deck stats, deck lists, and if you ever end up with one where it turns around and says, okay, that one doesn't, where it says error loading page, just tell it to try and recover the deck, and it should come up. But if I end up talking about any of my decks here, that should take you there. I don't know, it might come up like that. Nope, okay. But yeah, like I said, if you're in the mood for weird, like, Magic has been around long enough. If you're looking for cards in, you know, to do a certain thing, and you're not playing a color that's known for doing that, bye! Yeah, if you're... Try looking at some of the really, really old cards. You might be surprised. And Mystic Might could actually end up getting tossed into my mono blue ramp deck that I had intended to do. Sea Spirit. Sea Spirit I always thought was kind of weird. Because, like, at first, it didn't look that interesting. It's 5 mana for a 2/3 with, I mean, we want to call it fire breathing, but it's water breathing. Although some people think that means something completely different. Basically, every time you pump blue mana into it, it gets +1/+0 till end of turn. The reason fire breathing ends up getting the name it does is because, well, there's literally a card called fire breathing, and which goes all the way back to, I think, Alpha, and there's enough cards that have this ability that it's a shorthand for it. Once you start doing it in other colors, it's different. Now let's say you throw this into a mono blue deck, as an example. Not saying you should, but let's say you throw this in mono blue. So that 5 mana, realistically, is probably 5 blue mana that you're spending. At least 3 of it, but probably 5. This means that you can end up attacking with this like a 7/3 if you're willing to spend 5 blue mana into activating its ability. The problem is, it's still like the first thing people will turn around and say is, yeah, but it dies lightning bolt. To which my response is, I don't think lightning bolt is playable in most commander decks, because it's so easy to get out of 3 damage range so easily. What are you going to bolt? If I'm building dragons, there's a good chance your lightning bolt is not going to do anything to any of my creatures. Compare that to, well, again, I'll pull up my Joven list for convenience. And, blow stuff up. I run Aftershock, Fissure, and Lava Flow specifically because I don't want to, plus Introduction to Annihilation. Because I don't want to have to care about how big the creature I'm dealing with. Also, Hammerheim Deadeye is also, that's also nice because it can hit a creature regardless of, it has to be a flying creature. But this is a deck of nothing but commons. I don't want to have to worry about how big the creature that I'm dealing with is, because when you're looking at Commander, a card like Lightning Bolt gets outscaled really fast. In the meantime, if you're playing white, you've got Path to Exile and Swords of Plowshares and their variants, including Generous Gift, which is common, thankfully. At blue, you have Resculpt, you have Pongify, you have Raven Form, you have actually all the various Pongify variants. There's the one that manifests at the top of their deck instead. I'm drawing a blank on names, but there's enough blue removal. Black? What do you want killed? When do you want it killed? Okay, gotcha. Everything from Murder, Cast Down will affect most decks. Unless you're basically playing Legends Matters, which is not a common deck, but and I think it's number 2 in terms of exiling stuff as a monocolored. Exiling something that's in play. Green is really the only one where I might consider Lightning Bolt effect, but it doesn't get Lightning Bolt. but it also needs it less because its creatures are just so much bigger than everybody else's. I pay 4 mana in, I pay 4 mana in, say, white, and I get like a 4/4 or a 5/5 if I'm lucky. Like, especially if it's legendary, I might get a 5/5 flyer or something. But more, or, Phyrexian Vindicator, which is like 4 white mana cast. And I take a look and it's like, and then Lightning Bolt, and it's like, no. I would, if I'm playing a spell that deals damage, I would rather play Fireball. Because even though it's, it's less damage for the same mana, because, like, it's more mana for the same damage, it scales. It will always be, I need to kill that thing. Okay, what's its toughness? Okay, that +1. So if I need to kill a 6/6, okay, I gotta spend 7 mana. It's 7 mana. But I can kill it. And you can always split it up against multiple targets. So if I need to kill like 3 2/2s, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm spending 9 mana to do it. But I can do it. And Lightning Bolt? Okay. It's 1 mana as an instant, 3 damage to a creature. The damage to a player is rarely going to be relevant. You're going to be using it to kill a creature. But every color's got, including red, has got such better removal options that don't care how big the creature you're killing is. This is why now, different groups will have different feedback on that. Different players are going to have different feedback on that. If you are a CEDH player and you're playing an aggro deck of any sort, you probably want Lightning Bolt. It's useful for killing. Now, if you're looking at it as something that's more than just creature removal, because it can actually hit battles, rarely relevant, but it's very occasionally, or more relevantly, planeswalkers, that is an option. That is a thing you can do. But Lightning Bolt, I just wouldn't bother with. Spend a couple extra mana, especially if you're, like, if I'm my mono blue commons deck. My mono blue commons deck. Removal. Oh yeah, I didn't have much for actual removal because this actually didn't kill stuff. Like you had to find ways. Let me rephrase that. I was looking for ways that could stop a card and draw a card because I want a lot of card draw in that deck. Alright, let's go with Dimir. Maybe you've got a better option. Flicker, Pirates, First Strike, Removal. I have Raven Form here. White Blue's the other one, which is Azorius. Initiative, Venture, Clerics, Rogues, Payoffs, Removal, Echoing Truth. Yeah, I went with the white-based removal because I was playing white. I have options. Let's try, is it? Removal, here you go. Icy Prison, which was basically like the first Journey to Nowhere effect. Frozen Solid doesn't untap normally. When damage is dealt to it, destroy it. Whenever enchant creature box, destroy it. And then Giant Albatross, basically anything that Giant Albatross tangles with, you can pay 2 to go, hey, by the way, you gonna sack that creature too? Or you're gonna pay 2 life? What? Yeah. It's, I basically, I want to try and kill one big thing with it. But yeah, if I'm playing blue and I just don't care about the size of your creatures, I just want them gone, I have better options. So yeah, Sea Spirit, Giant Lightning Bolt, I don't care. But the big problem Sea Spirit has is you have to be playing enough blue to make it worth considering. If you are, it's fine. I don't remember a lot of cards that you can pump blue mana into and make it sufficiently big, so it might be worth it. Shift. It's just a 5 mana 4/2 with a very interesting ability. If you're playing a deck that cares about what color or colors you have in play, Shift is one of those cards you should be looking at. Are you playing blue? You should be looking at Shift. This is basically like Transcale Courier, before Transcale Courier was a thing. This was like, it is hard to find a the funny thing about Shift is because on your upkeep you can change what color scheme it is. If somebody at your table is playing with color hate, which is very occasionally a thing, and I will tell you right now, in my mono green deck, I do have a very small amount of color hate. I don't mind having a little bit, like 1 or 2 cards sort of thing. I'm not going to put a bunch in, but I don't mind a little bit. The reason this card exists is for cards like Order of the Ebon Hand that we talked about the other day. You know, protection from white. Okay, well, on my upkeep, I will make it red. And now you don't have protection from it. Wait, what? Yeah. You know, the activated first strike might still be relevant. But doesn't. This is why Shift exists, because the color of your cards was a much bigger deal than it is now. Nowadays, it's more the creature type that's relevant. but in like the first maybe 5 years of the game, creature type, like, look at this, summon shift. They thought that there might be a possibility there could be more more creatures with this type. So yeah, but now, like, hilariously, if you combine shift with, let's say, Dryad of the Elysian Grove, lands you control are every basic land type in addition to their other types, and shift, which can become any color combination you want, you put those two together, and suddenly you're like, what? So with 2 cards, I have every color and every basic land type. I mean, this is part of why Coalition Victory is broken. You know, why it's still going to be banned in the format. Oh yeah. Talking about cards that don't get abilities. Colors that don't get abilities. Blue does not get Menace. Welcome to Wind Spirit. 5 mana for 3/2 flying Menace. Now let's break that down for a sec. 3/2 flying. So we already had Phantom Monster, which I believe was 2/2. Yeah. Oh, no. 1 blue plus... So 1 blue plus 3. So for 1 extra mana... Wait a sec. Oh, you were uncommon back then too. Okay, so same rarity. For 1 more mana, I get 1 less toughness, but I get Menace. That's actually surprisingly strong. Plus it has flying. You need 2 flying creatures or creatures with reach to be able to block it. If I were to take my mono blue ramp deck, and rather than build it as a ramp deck, just build it around the plan of, but blue doesn't get that. Like, Wind Spirit would be in there because it doesn't get flying, or it doesn't get Menace. Mystic Might would be there because it doesn't get creature pump. There's a few cards from like Ice Age and other older sets that I would play Reverberate. Not Reverberate, Reverberation. Because that's a pretty decent blue burn spell. You know, plus Ionic Blast. Yeah. I kind of want to build another blue deck based around the idea of, yeah, but blue doesn't get that. Here you go. If that's the sort of deck that you're in for, have fun. You know, with this and Narwhal. We'll get to this eventually when we get to Homelands. But 4 mana for 2/2 First Strike Pro Red. Where do you see this on blue cards, realistically speaking? Where do you see this? This is not a thing that blue gets. And Pro Red? Thrull red is what, like 3 cards maybe? Oh, sorry, 8 cards. Joda's Avenger as an option. Oh, wow. And Cicada Firewalker, which is half pro red. Yeah. You want to build a deck around... But blue doesn't get that ability. Blue just might be the best color for that sort of thing. I don't know, but it's silly. Go ahead. I do not mind. Sibilant Spirit. Back when Mahamati was like the one big blue creature that you really played with. 2 blue, 4 other for a 5/6 flyer. Because blue did not get good big creatures. It got okay big creatures, but it didn't get good ones. You know, whereas red was playing with Shivan Dragon, which for 1 less toughness, it got fire breathing. White got Sarah Angel at uncommon, which was like a mana less and only a 4/4. But also had vigilance in addition to flying. Black got the big bad of like Lure of the Pit. Sure, it's like 7 mana, I think, for a 7/7 flying trample. You had to feed a creature every turn. Okay, that wasn't hard. Yeah, blue kind of got the low end of the... You know, blue kind of got shafted when it came to decent big creatures. And then he got Sibilant Spirit, which was slightly easier to cast. The same size creature, but gave your opponent a card every time you attacked with it. But then you also, if you stop and think about it, in a 20 life format, this is still only a 4-turn clock. They might draw a removal spell for the first one. What happens if you play a second? This is actually better than I think most people give credit for. Because if you're able to spend 6 mana on one, you can spend 6 mana on a second one and cut the clock in half. Now, this doesn't sound... You know, this sounds like a drawback. But, I mean, I'm going to bring up a card that a lot of people don't like. And that's Nekuzar. That's because the entire deck that when people build Nekuzar, they tend to build it a very specific way, and it's pretty much the same kind of build all the time. Making the opponents draw extra cards, and then taking damage for it. So whenever an opponent draws a card, not beyond the first, but just whenever they draw a card, deals 1 damage to that player. ways to load up on giving them to, you know, like Underworld Dreams, for example, where every time an opponent draws a card, they take a point of damage. Other similar effects. And then ways to make them draw extra cards. And Sibilant Spirit, if you're trying to do, like, this plays into that, hey, makes them draw extra cards. Now, it gives them the option to, but if they don't draw, you've got a 5/6 flyer. And if they do draw, okay, well, they're going to take damage anyway. And they might be taking 5 points of damage. Because the other thing is, when you're playing Nekazar, you're also playing red. And red turns around and goes, oh, you're dealing damage? How about we double that damage or triple that damage? Fire Emancipation. If a source you control would deal damage to a permanent player, deals triple that damage to that permanent or player instead. Oh, no, yeah. Under, you know, with Fire Emancipation out, Nekazar is not doing 1. It's dealing 3. They're drawing 2 cards a turn, so that's 6. That's just with Nekazar and Fire Emancipation out. And nothing else. But their deck is going to be based around that. Sibilant Spirit? Yeah, you could throw that in a deck like that. You could build, you know, or, like, you don't have to build Nekazar specifically, but a deck based on that theme, you could. Illusionary Forces. Pretty sure we talked about this when we were talking about, what were you? Phantasmal Forces. Illusionary Forces, you're looking at a 4-mana 4/4 flyer with an upkeep cost that grows every turn. The upkeep grows. There are better cards, probably even for Illusion Tribal, than Illusionary Forces. Phantasmal Forces was a 4/1 with an upkeep of a blue. This is a 4/4. I would play Phantasmal Forces probably before I played Illusionary Forces, unless I had a way to bypass the upkeep cost. If I've got a way to bypass the upkeep cost, or keep eating that... Oh, no, sorry. Illusionary Forces, you know where this goes? We talked about it previously. This goes with Chisei, Heart of Oceans. Because... And this will always end up coming down to being a blue to pay the upkeep. And Chisei will, and you keep them both fed. This is a 4-mana 4/4 flyer. This is a 4-mana 4/4 flyer. This will be, because what you do is you put cumulative upkeep on the stack. Sorry, you put Chisei on the stack first. Then you put cumulative upkeep on the stack. You resolve cumulative upkeep. And then you resolve Chisei. If Illusionary Forces has already been around for a couple of turns, you can do it the other way around. So yeah, Illusionary Forces has uses in a deck like Chisei. Oh yeah, Blue cards that don't get that ability? Flying and Trample. It does get a very small amount of trample, and it gets flying. But the small amount of trample is like giant ocean beasts usually. But it doesn't even get that much trample. Yeah, I would play this in a deck like that. Also Bird Tribal. If you want to play Bird Tribal, go ahead, play Silver Urn. If you have a way to pump it, like with, you know, with Mystic Might, all power to you. I would love to see somebody play that. And keep, again, I've said it before and I'll say it again. When I say stuff like, you know, I'd love to say, this is not the sarcastic or the, yeah, you're, whatever, go away. Go play in the kiddie pool. This is not that kind of reaction. This is the reaction of, oh, you're playing what? And you've got what? Oh, that sounds like fun. Sort of thing. Illusionary Presence. Illusionary Presence is kind of cute. It's 3 mana for a 2/2 with, again, cumulative upkeep of a blue. Again, another card you want to say Chisay with. But, at the beginning of your upkeep, choose a land type. This creature gains land block of the chosen type till end of turn. So it's only going to work on attacking, because it only lasts until end of turn. But it gets land walk. And what that means, please tell me that is basic landwalk. Can only give landwalk of land subtypes that exist. Oh! Of land subtypes that exist, you can give her Urza walk. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, that's amazing. Oh yeah. You will always be, as long as your opponent has a land that has a subtype, oh, that's amazing. Wow. I really want to go through an old, I now want to try and come up with like an old school blue deck and just break people's brains with it. Essence Flare. Essence Flare is like whatchamacallit, Unstable Mutations kid brother. One blue, +3/+3, and then upkeep, put a -1/-1 counter on. This is one blue, +2/+0, and a -0/-1 counter. So it never loses power. Unlike Unstable Mutation, it never loses power. It's just its toughness shrinks. playing this in a deck with something like, I mean, again, this is where you look at cards like Chisei. You look at cards like Chisei, or Therapede to remove counters. If you have a way to move a counter somehow, that's also a thing you could do. Or you play with, white or something like that, and, like white suggests Solemnity. So that's also a consideration. Or, again, you just use it as a blue pump spell that at some point will kill the creature, but if you've got, let's go back to, Sibilant Spirit for a moment. It's a 5/6. This is going to take 6 turns before the Sibilant Spirit dies, which means for a single blue, you have dealt an extra 12 points of damage. That might actually be worth it depending on, so Essence Flare, a lot better, I think, than most people think. Even just playing it straight up, it's actually a pretty decent card, and I think I thought it was fun and cute when I first saw it. I think now, based on a modern lens, I think it's a lot better than I gave it credit for being. Orange Lance Ascent. Generally speaking, you want to play this in a deck that runs Wonder instead. However, again, it's target creature, not target creature you control. You can throw your opponent's creatures up into the air. Oh, what were you called? Yeah, Hammerheim Deadeye. Again, this goes back to my mono red commons only deck. When this creature enters, destroy target creature with flying. So you see Hammerheim Deadeye on the stack. There you go. If I give you another target, will you not target one of my creatures? What? Yeah, if I give you another target, will you not target one of my creatures? Sure. Cool. You see his 6/6? You see this guy's 6/6? Yeah, I'm going to give it flying 2 land a turn. Okay. Kill your 6/6. Wait, what? Balduvian Shaman. Balduvian Shaman is kind of weird. Also, can we just take a look at that art for a second, just kind of admire it for a moment? Some art in the game just, it makes you just stop and go wow for a moment. Not in a bad way. Just So, Balduvian Shaman takes a white enchantment and replaces all instances of one color word with another on. So, let's go back to actually a white enchant. Oh, yeah. So, let's take Coat of Arms. This affects white creatures. Well, it's a white enchantment. You can, by replacing all instances of one color word with another. So you can replace the word white with, say, green. Okay. But doing so gives it a cumulative upkeep of 1. I mean, if you care about color changing effects, you can run it, and it's generally more efficient to affect this instead. But really, I think you're more likely to play with, because this is the sort of thing that you want to be doing, regularly. But then you've got cumulative upkeep on each enchantment in question. So, A, you have to either bypass paying upkeeps, or I don't know. The problem is when you've got Isochron Scepter and you've got I don't remember if it's Magical Hack. No, it's not Magical Hack. It's Sleight of Mind. I always get those two cards mixed up because they're basically the same card. Change the text of target's spell or permanent by replacing all instances of one color word with another. You throw this on ice if you really, really care about that kind of effect. You throw it on Isochron Scepter and you call it a day. This is not the droids you're looking for. There's also, I think it's Whim of Volrath. Target permanent by replacing all instances of one color word with another, or yeah, Whim of Volrath. Much better card for this kind of effect. If you want this kind of effect, you play Whim of Volrath first. You probably play Sleight of Mind. Sleight of Mind second. I don't think I'd play Balduvian Shaman because I don't think I want a lot of this effect. I think I want some. I think even in a deck that cares about it, I think I want some. And I don't think Balduvian Shaman would do it for me. Mistfolk. Mistfolk, I really wish saw more Pauper play. And it probably did at some point. But it's double blue for a 1/2 illusion. Pay a blue, counter target spell that targets this creature. It doesn't have to be the only target, which is funny. Somebody could cast Hex, which used to see a decent amount of play back in the day. 6 mana, sorcery, destroys 6 target creatures. Oh, you're targeting my Mistfolk as one of the 6 creatures? Okay, I'll counter the entire spell. Yeah. There's Icy Prison that I've mentioned before, which is great. When you're playing with just commons, and it's got an upkeep that anybody can pay. Yeah, Polar Kraken. has trample. There was... What was it? Oh, I don't see it. Oh, maybe it's not from this. Maybe it's not from this set. There was a... Oh, no. Dreams of the Dead. I just want to point this one out real quick. Dreams of the Dead is a blue card that allows you to reanimate a black or white creature from your own graveyard, but you get to reanimate it. It gets cumulative upkeep of 2, and if it would leave the battlefield, you exile it. But you're playing, at least you're playing blue-white or blue-black, or possibly Esper. You reanimate some big creatures like a Chroma. And just, hey, by the way, thunk. Also, by the way, this nowhere on it says anything about only as a sorcery. I just want to point this out because this is a hilarious card. And if you're playing blue-white and you have Solemnity to combo with this, you combine this with Solemnity and some kind of flicker effect. Conjurer's Closet. 5-mana artifact. At the beginning of your end step, you may exile target creature you control, then return to the battlefield under your control. So, turn 4 this. Turn 5 Closet. Turn 6, just start reanimating some of your guys. And Solemnity, I think, is a 3-drop. Oh my god, that's hilarious. I mean, Magical Christmas Land to get in that curve. But that being said, if you're playing kitchen table and you've got like some crazy kitchen table shenanigans, yeah, Solemnity. There's a reason Solemnity's like $9 just because it makes certain things so much. It just makes certain decks so much easier. Wow, that's fun. But yeah, that is a specific card I really want to call out because, like, even if you're playing old school, you should know that card exists. Alright, let's go black. So 3 mana for a 2/3 that stops a creature that it's tangling with from regenerating. Again, regeneration, not as big a deal as it used to be. It used to be a really big deal, especially when the rules, had damage happens and resolves, and then after it resolves, there's a step that you regenerate then, as opposed to throwing up a preemptive shield on it. But I think if I was playing zombies, I would still want to throw a copy of this in. I don't really do tribal decks per se. If you take a look at my list, Ink Eyes, kind of, Elves, Advisor's Mill. This is basically Persistent Petitioners, but it's technically this is a tribal deck. Another elf deck, Sphinxes, Dinos, Angels, and then everything else is just like a much broader category. I think if I were to build zombies, this would at least be considered in my first pass. It's a 3 mana 2/3, which is not terrible. That stops people from regenerating. And I figure if I go, here's the thing. If I go to like I can't think what they're called anymore. They used to be called like Grand Prix. I don't know if they still are or not. And I start going to the side events, and I play Commander for, a few hours. I'm pretty sure 1 or 2 people in those few hours is going to end up playing with something that requires regeneration. And I'll just, like, am I going to expect it all the time? I'm not going to expect it every round. I'm not going to expect everybody to have some, but I might expect somebody. Legions of Limb Duel. Same size, Snow Swamp Walk. Well, if I have to decide between, shutting off regeneration or Legions of Limb Duel, I'll probably play the Legions because it's more likely to actually get through for damage, because it's not completely unlikely that somebody's going to have a black. Like, if you're playing black, depending on what color scheme, depending on what color scheme you're playing. If you're playing straight black blue, it is not completely unreasonable to be playing Ice Tunnel, because it has the relevant land types, which means you can fetch it up with Polluted Delta or Marsh Flats or Misty Rainforest or whatever. It's not completely unreasonable that you can pull this up. And this is a 32-cent card. Sure, it enters tapped, but it's a fetchable dual land with basic land types. This is always going to enter tapped. This is always going to enter tapped. Like, all of these, the only ones that will not always enter tapped: Sunken Hollow a bit later in the game, Watery Grave, Watery Grave and Underground Sea. Everything else is going to come and play tapped. If you're looking for like your 5th or 6th, dual land, or you want ones that you're not going to spend an arm and a leg on, Ice Tunnel is reasonable. At which point, it is a swamp that has the snow type, which suddenly means it turns on Legions of Limb Duel being unblockable. Wow, and these are at the bottom. This is funny. Okay. Fel Familiar. 3 mana for a 3/1 that can't block, but pay a black and 1 life to return it back to your hand. That is not actually bad. There are combo routes for this. You can do combo shenanigans with an effect that brings the creature back to your hand. There's a simple version of just playing a Soul Sisters deck and having Fel Familiar, and so you always have a creature that you can play. You know, so there's having a creature that you can save from combat, or not from combat, from combat too, but I was thinking from board wipes. You know, there's a few ways you can actually use Foul Familiar. It's actually, I would not be unhappy to see somebody playing with Foul Familiar. I'd want to see what they have it in their deck for. Are they just playing it for mono black spirits? Maybe. But at that point, it's a mono black, you know, it's a spirit that you can keep alive. Morphine. No relation to Morphine. 4 mana for a 3/3 with Swamp Walk. We've seen that before. All you need for this card is somebody, and it doesn't even have to be you, playing Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth to turn all lands into swaps, and he is suddenly unblockable. Yeah. Anything that's got Landwalk is pretty freaking scary. Dreadwhite. 5 mana for a 3/4 zombie. With a chunk of text. So. At the end of combat, anything that was, you know, anything that was tangling with this thing gets tapped and and gets a counter on it. In this case, they're called paralyzation counters. But at this point, they actually said, this is Ice Age. They actually called out, no, these are paralyzation counters specifically. Okay. So, anything that this is tangled with has a paralyzation counter on it and gets tapped. As long as it's got one of those counters on it, it doesn't untap normally. To get it to untap normally again, those creatures get a new ability that say, hey, by the way, pay 4, remove one of these counters off of it. Actually, let me compare wording for a moment. At end of combat, put paralyzation counter on any creature versus each creature, blocking or blocked by this creature, because they've replaced the name, and tap those creatures, that creature. As long as the creature has a paralyzation counter, it doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. Each of those creatures doesn't untap during its controller's untap step for as long. So it's the exact same thing, just said in the other order. As a non-interrupt fast effect, so basically, anytime that you could play an instant, the creature's controller may pay 4 to remove a paralyzation counter. Each of those creatures gains. So, originally, it wasn't an ability that the creature got. The modern Oracle text has changed it to give that ability to the creature, because that's it kind of wouldn't work otherwise. But yeah. Again, this is another zombie that I would be, you know, especially if you, like, just even straight up, and especially if you want to play, like, a light mana denial plan. Not a heavy one, but just a light one. You've got, like, a strip mine, a ghost quarter, maybe a demolition field, dread white, maybe a paralyze in there or something like that. And and then you go, Darelore, fractured identity. You all have a Darelore. By the way, now I play frickin' what do you call it? Painter's Servant and a name black. Wait, what? Yeah, I mean, if you want to do that, you could. I wouldn't go deep on it, though. But that would be funny. But yeah, a 5 mana 3/4 zombie with an ability that, if you can keep this thing from dying by, let's say, you make it indestructible, this will just annoy all sorts of tables. Oh god, mole worms. So, other sets have creatures that have abilities that say, yeah, by the way, you can choose not to untap this creature during your untap step, and tap this creature to tap down a thing, and that thing doesn't untap. This one stops lands from untapping. If you want it, here's another card for that Maddenell strategy. Now, the fun one, tap target land. It doesn't untap for as long as this remains tapped. Tap down somebody's Maze of Ith. This is a card that's going to get you shot. I mean, maybe not literally. Hopefully not literally. Better not be literally. But, you know. Yeah. Although, okay, now I'm curious because it's type worm. How many worms? There are 12 worms. Okay. So, and sort by color. Couple blues, half a dozen blacks, one red and green. The rest are green, although this one also requires blue. So you could get away with playing Teamer and have 11. That's funny. Okay. Yeah. Mole worms. Yeah, if you're playing it in Worm Tribal, it kind of gets a pass. Not terrible. Minion of Tevish set. I want to throw Spirit Link. Well, no, I want to throw Vampiric Link on here, which is basically the black one. Pay a black, enchant creature. Whenever enchant creature deals damage, you gain that much life. At which point, I will just ignore paying its upkeep all day long. 7 mana. Beginning of your upkeep deals 2 damage to you unless you pay double black. But it doesn't become tapped or anything. It's just, it deals 2 damage to you. Okay, fine. So 4/4. 2 damage on a, you know, in a 40 life format? Man, whatever. Tap. Target creature gets +3/-2 till end of turn. Keep in mind, that does 2 things. It's a 3-point power boost, which means it can push through extra damage. It's also a 2-point toughness, you know, penalty, which can kill things. This is why I say when I look at a card like Funeral Charm, this does 5 different things. Number 1, target player discards a card. Okay, that's thing number 1. Number 2, trigger creature gets +2/-1 till end of turn. 2-point power boost, or take a point, a 1-point toughness penalty. I'm either going to get an extra damage, or I'm going to kill something small. And depending on the format you're playing, if you're playing Modern, for example, this kills Ragavan. Just bring it out there. It kills Ragavan. So, 1, 2, 3. This one's sneaky. Trigger creature gains Swamp Walk till end of turn. Oh, you have swamps in play. You can't block my creature. Okay. Push through extra damage. Kind of like what the +2 part on the second ability is. The hidden mode that people don't realize is if you're up against something that's like, hey, by the way, you have to block me, you can give their creature Swamp Walk and go, because it doesn't say creature you control. Okay, I can't block it. But I can't. You're Swamp Walking. I'm going to be taking the damage. I can't stop it. And your creatures survive and all that other jazz. So this actually has 5 different things it can do. The defensive Swamp Walking is going to come up a lot less. But it is a thing that can potentially happen. But yeah, Minion of Tevish set. Yeah. Demon Minion? Are you playing Minion Tribal? How many minions are there? Oh, there's 42. Okay. There's 41 because one's not actually legal. And most of them are black. 2 are black. Wow. If you play Rakdos, you lose 1. If you play mono black, you lose 4. And you're playing Minion Tribal, you run this. It'll just kill stuff for you. Hyalopterous Lemur. So there's a story about this card. Tell me, why didn't you use the nice? See, the problem is these are lemurs, and they look adorable. Whether they are, but they look adorable. On the other hand, this is a lemur. I don't know how it's actually pronounced it. But yeah, this is a monster versus an adorable, little critter. And apparently, my understanding is when the artist got got told, hey, by the way, we need a picture of this creature. They're like, okay. Looked it up. Went, oh, okay, looks like this. And did the cute, adorable little thing. And instead it was supposed to be it was supposed to look more something like this. Which is also part of what the flavor text there refers to. Why did I just... Oh. So, hold on a sec here. And boop. Yep, we're good. And so, yeah, my understanding is that's what happened, and there was some miscommunication with respect to the art, and next thing you know, we get this guy instead. The funny thing is, this does not look like a 5-mana 4/3 or 5-mana 3/3 flyer. And I think, realistically speaking, somebody playing this is going to play it like a 4/3. And then when it's not going to get through for damage and start killing stuff anymore, okay, now it's a 3/3 flyer. Hilariously, you can use this on defense and attack for a couple of turns as a 4/3, and then suddenly go, oh, I need a flying blocker? Whoop! So, now, can you get better than this now? Yeah, probably. If you're going for tribal synergies, you might end up needing to play this. I mean, how many cards? Okay, he's done 44 cards. Start by color. It's done a few walls. It's done quite a few walls and some white cards. I'll always play Jocko Hops. Okay. I think this would be... Yeah, okay. I mean, if you're building Richard Thomas deck, I think it's... Actually, you might have... Yeah, 44 cards minus one that's an uncard. So 43. I don't know. You can't do enough. And I don't think you get any lands, do you? No, you get no lands. Yeah, okay. I think I might allow somebody who's trying to build an artist-based deck based around somebody that's got, like, if they have less than 60 cards, you allow them to play... Okay, if they've got less than 120 cards, you probably allow them to play maximum of 2. And if they've got less than 60, you probably allow them to play 3. So there's a bit of flexibility. But that also means you have the ability to run up to 3 Hylopterus Lemur. But that's how I would do things. Horshade. If you're building Shade Tribal, you're probably having to run this. Well, if you're building Shade Tribal based on this, the pay a black colon +1/+1 till end of turn, because there are shades that don't have the ability. They're not shades, if you ask me, but that's another story. If you're doing that, you probably have to run this. It's fine. See, my statements went from the first video of this series when I covered Unlimited and how I felt about Frozen Shade. This barely gets a bit better compared to Frozen Shade because, yes, it's an extra mana investment initial, but it's a 1/2 base. And that initial cost, you're only ever paying that once. So for an extra mana, you get an extra point of power and toughness, which is going to make more of a difference the longer the game goes. Flow of Maggots. Cannot be blocked. So, can only be blocked by walls. 3 mana for a 2/2. Cumulative upkeep of 1. Almost unblockable, but can't be blocked by non-wall creatures, i.e. can only be blocked by walls. Guess what? This goes back to that Wonder Treble, synergy, Kindred synergy thing that we talk about. And if somebody's playing any cards that have, I don't know, all creature types, like this guy. 1 mana, 1 black for a 1/1 that's got all creature types. Or, Mirror Entity. 3 mana, 1/1 that you can pay X and give all your creatures, make all your creatures XX base and give them all creature types. You start playing stuff like that. Wall is a creature type. Anything that's any of those, guess what? I can block it out. And it's only a 2/2. Are you playing Insect Tribal? You might want to think about it. Are you playing Ron Spencer? You have 264 cards. Okay, you do not have... How many options? Oh my god. Ron Spencer even has recent cards. He's even got one in Ether Drift, which just came out. Modern Horizons 3. So this is black, green, blue, or 5 color. I mean, I would probably want to go Sliver Queen just so I can play all of them. But realistically, I'd probably end up playing, Mimeoplasm or something. Actually, I'd probably end up playing Vati. So black, green. ID Golgari. 131 cards. Yeah, plenty of options. Oh my god. You even get Texas Damnation. Okay. No Mercy. Yeah. There, 104. Oh. Ah. 117. There we go. I want to know why we get Terror twice, though. But yeah, options. You have them if you want to play Ron Spencer Tribal. You don't have to play Flow of Maggots, and I'd probably play something else instead. But it's fine. Touch of Death. Unless being able to deal 1 damage is relevant, I probably wouldn't bother. It's also target player or planeswalker. Doesn't hit creatures. If this hit creatures, this would be so much better, and I might actually consider it. But yeah, if you're looking at something to draw a card, there's better, even in black. If you're looking at damage sources, there's better, even in black. Probably. I would play you whenever. Yeah, actually, if I'm looking specifically at 3 mana, if I'm looking specifically at 3 mana, probably, but yeah, might have to if I'm specifically looking for damage and card draw on the same card. Ugh. I never actually properly read what this card does. Mind Whip. 2 black, 2 other. Enchant creature. The beginning of enchanted creatures controllers control. Enchanted creatures the beginning of the upkeep of enchanted creatures controller. There. Words. That player may pay 3. If they don't. Oh. I get it. So I throw it on one of your creatures, and then on your upkeep you can pay 3 mana. If you don't, your creatures on your upkeep, you can pay 3 mana. If you don't, you take 2 damage and your creature's tapped. That is cute. Oh, that is... okay. Yeah, this goes back to the entire thing about Cursed Artifact and Wanderlust, and if you're playing that kind of game, yeah, Mind Whip fits in. Nothing else here looks like a card I would specifically call out. So let us move on to red, shall we? Tor Giant. Again, if you're playing Giant Tribal, because we talked about this in the past, if you're playing there's no... because there was Tor Giant and there was Hill Giant. There are 39 4-mana giants. Alright. and you were power greater than 2, toughness greater than 2. 34 of them. And pretty much every single one, almost every single one would be playable. Like Highland Giant, even if you're playing mono red giants, for a slightly harder cast, you get an extra point of toughness. Lowland Giant, same idea, from the opposite direction, you get an extra point of power. Now you get Ravenous Giant, which is a 5/5 that does 1 damage to Shrug. Yeah. If you're building vanilla tribal, maybe. We have any vanilla giants? Okay. Yeah. 24 vanilla creatures. Let's do power descending. Actually, no. Let's do mana value descending. They're all 4 drops. And you can go 3 3s, 4 3s. I don't see any. You can get, so 7 points of combined power and toughness is reasonable. Which means I'd cut out the 6s. I would cut out the 6s initially. If I'm going for mono red vanilla, it might be worth a consideration. Well, no. Because it's 6, I would probably say no, because I'd run the 4s first. Or the 7s first. Grizzled Wolverine. Grizzled Wolverine can only get its pump ability if it's in combat with something else. That's it. And only once. Like, only once a turn. I feel like there's better options for that. Now, remember what I was saying earlier about, I think it was Sea Spirit? Yeah. About Sea Spirit. 1 blue, 4 other, 2 3, water breathing. 1 blue, 4 other, 2 3, fire breathing. This is literally the exact same card shifted over to red. Thing is, this is much less interesting in red because this is a relatively common ability. This is something that's existed from the start of the game and still pops up every so often. Usually on something like Shevan Dragon, but, you know, occasionally elsewhere as well. Better options exist, in my opinion, when it comes to red. In blue, it becomes playable. This is weird. 1 red, 3 other. Melting, enchantment. All lands are no longer slow. Largely, the number one reason I would say for playing this card is, oh, give me a sec here. Largely, the number one reason I see for playing this is the pithy Jaya Ballard flavor text. That would be it. If you're building a Jaya Ballard deck, you might throw this in somewhere. But beyond that, lands being slow, snow versus not snow makes so little difference. It'll stop like a couple of cards. This is one of those times when, like, Scred. If you are building, if you're building a deck and you want a source that deals damage, don't play Lightning Bolt unless you also want its flexibility of, of hitting planeswalkers and battles and whatever else. If you're looking for creature removal and you want 1 mana instant, tweak your mana base so you run snow-covered mountains instead, which Fuel Prince, show as checklist. Okay. So this is the least expensive printing, which is 36 cents, which I think is acceptable price to pay for a basic land. You run 10 of these, you're like under $4. You run 20 of them, you're looking around $7. I think that's okay. And then you play Scred. Because Scred, 1 mana instant, but it will scale with how late in the game it is. I've got 6 snow-covered lands in play. Cool. 1 red mana, take 6. But it's one of the few cards that this will actually at all impact. It's generally not worth bothering. It's generally not worth playing. Word of blasting. Let's go back to this entire conversation about, changelings. I will keep beating this drum until the drum explodes. What? Destroy target wall. It can't be regenerated. Wall blasting deals damage equal to that wall's mana value to the wall's controller. So in other words, destroy target changeling. The can't be regenerated, rarely actually relevant. Very occasionally, yes. Most of the time, not. And then, however much, whatever its mana value is, that creature's controller takes that much damage. So if you do it on Mirror Entity, which is a 3 mana creature, they take 3 damage. If you do it on, Misform Ultimus, that's a 4 mana creature. So they take 4. So, yeah, keep in mind, whenever I've said before, and I'll say it again, and I'll keep saying it. If it refers to a specific creature type, it will affect changelings the same way. So, suddenly, Word of Blasting, I think, is a perfectly fine, removal spell / burn spell that will hit, it'll hit a narrow section of creatures, but I would assume that most decks have at least one card that will be affected by it. And that could even be something like Faceless Haven or not Mishra's Factory, the other one, Mutavault, or something of that nature. So it could end up being in their mana base, and it's a 2 mana instant. Avalanche. Maybe in the very occasional deck, you throw a copy in because you might blow somebody out. But realistically, if melting isn't really that useful, Avalanche is going to be only very barely slightly more useful. Stone Spirit. 5 mana for a 4/3. Cannot be blocked by flyers. What? Cannot be blocked by flyers. What? Creatures with a reach ability can block this because they don't actually have flying. Oh yeah, the 5th edition printing also had really cool art. Like, the funny thing is, against a dragon deck, most of the time, this is unblockable damage. Against an angel deck, this is unblockable damage. Against any creature type that heavily relies on flying creatures, this is essentially unblockable damage. You want to play elemental tribal or spirit tribal and throw this in your deck? This is essentially unblockable damage, and they're going to have to spend removal on this and take a look at the. What do you mean I can't get? Yeah, you can't get through. Oh man, Sandworm Convergence. Creatures with flying can't attack you or planeswalkers you control. Oh wow. So only ground creatures can actually get through. Only ground creatures can get through to you. But every turn you make a 5/5 worm. And then this can't be blocked by flying creatures. So your opponent's going to take a look at their flying creatures and go, what the hell? Nice chroma you got there. It's a shame if she went impotent. Yeah. I would, yeah. And this is only like 7 cards in. Stone Spirit, I think, needs to see more play. Carplucent Giant. Oh, poor Carplucent Giant. You look at the flavor text. They aren't the brightest or the quickest of giants. For that matter, the same holds true if you compare them to rocks. Oh. 7 mana for a 3/3. But it doesn't have fire breathing. The pumping ability is a full +1/+1, so it's more like playing with Frozen Shade or Horror Shade. But rather than having to create mana of a certain color, it's any snow land. Okay, so we'll put, that works out about even, I would say. So Horse Shade was 4 mana for 1, 2, 4. So 1 and a 3. So an extra 3 mana for an extra 2, for an extra +2/+1. So it costs basically a mana over, I would say. Thing is, it's not completely unreasonable, and just tapping a land quickly, just turns around and goes, nice light. I mean, to be fair, you're paying 7 mana. But it's also, this also feels like one of those cards that would have been, like, if they weren't trying to make it splashable, would have been 6 mana and would have been like double red +4, which feels probably more right. It's still a perfectly fine card. Karplusan Yeti. Oh, all the way in the back right here. So, 5 mana for a 3/3 Yeti. Okay, just for lulz, how many Yeti are there? 14. Okay, if you're trying to build Yeti tribal, this is going in. But this is tap to take the Yeti and any other creature and essentially have them fight each other, although it's one happens then the other happens, as opposed to fight where it happens at the same time. But I think even if I weren't trying to do, weird crazy shenanigans, Karplusan Yeti I think is still fine. 5 mana for a 3/3 tap to fight, basically. Seems alright. You use it to start killing off small creatures, and if you give it any sort of buff, now you can start killing off medium creatures. Battle Frenzy. 3 mana instant. All your creatures get +1/+0 till end of turn. Green creatures get an additional point of toughness. If I'm looking for something to pump a team, because really this is when they started wanting people to play more than one color at a time. Well, Ice Age really is when that started. It's fine. I think this... I think if I'm playing heavy green, I'm assuming it's going to be, +1/+1. And it doesn't have to be attacking creatures or blocking creatures or whatever. It is only my creatures. This is one of the few cards where it's actually creatures I control. It's a card to keep my eyes open for. If I'm heavy in green and I've got some red, Battle Frenzy might make the cut. Because unlike a lot of this kind of card are attacking creatures you control get. And you can do this to save your creatures from a board wipe, a toughness based board. Oh man. If somebody goes Just troll somebody. He'll can casting Toxic Deluge. What's the biggest thing? What's the biggest thing you've got? A 5/3. Okay, I'll Toxic Deluge for 4. Or I'll Toxic Deluge for 3. Okay. Battle Frenzy. All my creatures are +1/+1 till end of turn. Oh. Shrink a bunch of his own creatures and everybody else and just... yeah, they live. Goblin Mutant. Why are you $45? Oh, Jesus Christ, Superstar. It's literally just the same, but it's black bordered, which is basically just Ice Age, but probably an updated Oracle text at that point. When were you? 2002. Yeah, you would actually have Oracle text. So 4 mana for 5/3 trample. If the defending player has a creature, an untapped creature, power 3 or greater, it can't attack. And it can't block anything that big. I think it's still actually playable. In a Goblin deck, I would probably be playing it. Oh wow. With power 3 or greater. If I can make Goblin Mutant indestructible somehow. Destroy all creatures toughness 4. It lives. It's toughness. Oh, that's hilarious. Goblin Mutant lives through... That's just funny. Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay. If I'm playing Boros... Oh, my Boros aggro deck. Where are you? Boros. Visual spoiler. Oh, I didn't run it. Okay. Because Goblin Mutant. Goblin Mutant should have gone, could have made it in. And then I run Citywide Bust. Ah, that's too funny. That is just too funny. So yeah, if you're at all considering playing Citywide Bust, and you're playing at least Boros, run the Mutant. Vertigo. What? So, this is basically Earthbind as an instant. 1 red, enchant creature. Enchant creature. So, if enchant creature has flying, it loses flying, and Earthbind deals 2 damage to them. Vertigo. 1 red, instant. 2 damage to target creature with flying. That creature loses flying till end of turn. In a 60 card format, I would play Vertigo first. In Commander, I would play Earthbind first. Anything else of interest in this? Oh yeah, Dwarven Armory. Sacrifice lands on your upkeep to put +2/+2 counter on stuff. Then proliferate those counters, and yeah. I think most of the rest of the stuff here is self-explanatory for red. Let's go green. Folk of the Pines. First of all, love the artwork for this. Love it. Catherine Buck, is anybody? Oh no. I want to know who you are. Huh. The only person that did that was you. Search. Man. Release date. Wow. The last card that she did was Homelands. Unless you count Fairy Dragon, which was from the Astral set, but that's a different story. Yeah. Love the artwork on that card. 5 mana for a 2/5. 2 mana to give it +1/+0 till end of turn. I mean, eminently reasonable. You've only got 52 cards for if you want to go Dryad Tribal. If so, largely you are playing green white, pretty much, which means you could run Cowst if you want to run a third color. Which means you lose out on Willow Dusk, Zimon and Dina, and Dina Soul Steeper. So 49 Dryads. I think you can make that work. And would probably be perfectly fine there. This is a 3-4. Okay, yeah. And I have this in a very casual 60 card ramp deck. Just because, like I said, it's very casual. I'm playing Crawworm in there as something ramp into because it's fine. I'm not trying to ramp into like enormous beasties. I'm just trying to ramp into like fun stuff that people can still deal with. And Folk of the Pines is fine there. I'd still call you playable. Are you great and amazing and everything else? No, but you're okay. Jodel Worm. This has the opposite of Rampage. This is a 6 mana 6/6 that one creature blocking it is fine, and every creature beyond that blocks it shrinks it. 4 creatures blocking it means it literally has no bite left. And it's a 0/3. 0/3. Is that math right? -2, -1. Oh, right. 0/3. 3 creatures blocking it turn it into a 2/4. And 2 creatures blocking it bring it down to a 4/5. Yeah. Not worth playing. Would not bother. Rhyme Dryad? Again, I hear like Dryad Tribal. Snow Forest Walk? Still a thing you can do. Again, it's a bit about Snowlands plus add Yavimaya Cradle of Growth. Fanatical Fever. I think you can do this for half the cost now. Oh, no, even... Whoops. Wow. Type instant and so sort by mana value. You can now do it for 2 mana, and in fact you can do it for 2 mana and get a couple other abilities added on. I'll be right back. Yeah. I'll let you guys look over this stuff in the meantime. I'll be right back. Hold on. Oh, there you are. Sorry, how to make an emergency bio break. Y'all know how that goes. Anyway. So, if we take a look at all the options here, these all give at least, these all give +3 power as an instant and trample. So, the first one out of these that I would run would be Overprotect, because it's trample, hexproof, indestructible, and +3/+3. It does all the things. Basically, do I need to protect my general? Do I need a creature? Do I need to make sure this gets 3 for damage? This is like the Akroma's Memorial of protection spells. It does all the things that you need. Whatever you need it for, Overprotect will probably save you. After that, I would probably go Fully Grown. I would probably go Fully Grown next, because it's giant growth, and then you put a trample counter on it, so it will always have trample from then on, unless the counter disappears, but that's a different story. After that, Fanatical Strength, Predator Strike, Staggering Size are all the same card. You run those 3 before you run Awaken the Bear or Crash the Ramparts, because it's literally the same card, but 2 mana versus 3. And Fanatical Fever is the last on the list, because it's 4 mana compared to these. Double green, which may or may not be relevant, and no toughness boost. If you compare this to cards that already existed at that point, Giant Growth was a single green to give +3/+3. Okay, so the same as any of the others except no trample. And you could get a 3/3 trample for 4 mana. In fact, power equals 3, toughness equals 3, date less than 1995. Oh, trample. Oh, yeah, War Mammoth. Let's go to revise where it's easier to read. 3/3 trample for 1 green and 3 other, and that was a common. Let's go to 1996. Anything else? No. 97. Cool. Then we got Wild Elephant. Iron Tusk Elephant. That was the other one I was thinking of. But that wasn't 4 mana, that's 5. But yeah, War Mammoth and Wild Elephant. Literally the exact same card. And then we get Fanatic. So 4 mana for a 3/3 trample was not unrealistic back then. And then you got Fanatical Fever, which was 4 mana to give +3/+0 and trample. And it's like, why? You know, if you take off the trample, you're more or less saying that a 3/3 creature with no abilities is probably worth 3 mana, give or take. Like 2 green plus 1 or thereabouts. And you're paying more than that to give +3/+0 and trample. That was overcosted, in my opinion, even back then. But it was one of the rare ways that you could get trample on a creature that didn't already have trample. Nowadays, you can literally do this for half the cost. Here's 4 cards that all require a single green instead of double green, and a single colorless mana instead of 2 colorless mana. And give the toughness boost, and one also gives a couple extra abilities on top of that. Blur's defenses are impervious. Blur the impervious. Oh, that's adorable. But yeah. Fanatical Fever. There's no good reason to... are you building Fraley's Tribal? Then maybe you want to consider it, but there's... I find it really hard to recommend Fanatical. In fact, I would run, like, in a typical deck, I would run Rhyme Dryad, like, in a deck that has a reason for being, you know, I would run Rhyme Dryad and Folk of the Pines. Like, these two should be ahead of Fanatical Fever. Hot Springs. Hot Springs is one of these cards that, like, why does green, when white had damage, when damage prevention was actually a thing, why was green not getting damage prevention? It got pure straight up life gain. You know, it got Stream of Life and other similar cards. It was referenced in white cards about, you know, gaining life or preventing damage or something of that nature. This is a green Samite healer put onto an enchant land instead. Why is this so hard to find? Like, for ancient cards, why is this so hard to find in terms of, like, a card that gets this ability? I feel like blue had this capability before green got it. That being said, you know, the problem with the big problem with damage prevention is it's not as good as it used to be, because so many cards just get rid of the threat outright instead. You know, and if you're looking at to help against planeswalkers or battles, I mean, where are you here? Oops. That's what it was. Price of Betrayal. You want to remove counters. Like if you were playing with battles. Oh, from target artifact, creature, planeswalker, or opponent. Huh. Okay. Fine. You might have to play Vampire Hexmage instead then. Sacrifice it, remove all counters from target permanent, which is... And a 2 mana 2/1 first strike. Let's not forget, it's a 2 mana 2/1 first strike. This is a lot more playable than people remember. Most people just ever put it in as a combo piece to do this. It's still a good card beyond that. But yeah, just being able to get rid of counters and it's fine. Actually, just out of curiosity, Nicola Leonard. 21 cards. One of which is banned in Commander. That's a shame. Yeah. One of which will get you shot at a Commander table. Again, hopefully not really shot. You know, people need to get their act together with her. And when it's just, why? But yeah, it's, I mean, she does have, and then some, oh no. Oh wow. Fendor Pollen. People building Foglio.deck. Is there a reason not to build Foglio.deck? This is hilarious though. Green is commonly known for pumping creatures up. This is one of those ones that likes to turn around and go, hey, by the way, you don't look like you feel like you want to fight as much as you normally do. You can just pump this ability so hard. Actually, back in the day, green got some amount of power dropping. This is usually blue ability by now. Green got some amount of it. And this is just great for making sure creatures, like, this is kind of like being able to do consistent fogging. One thing green is known for is generating a lot of mana. If you have a lot of mana generation and you're building a green-based control deck and you want something along the lines of a consistent fog, you could run Fyndhorn Pollen. And anybody playing with like a typical token theme, just from this one line gets crippled hard. And then activate this once and Sarah Angel is suddenly only got 2 power instead of 4. Because 4 minus 1 here is 3, minus another activation is 2. So anything that's Sarah Angel size just goes, what? Zombie decks don't like this. A lot of tribal decks just do not like an effect like this. I might actually consider throwing this into my mono green burn deck. Maddening Wind. Oh yeah. Know what I was saying before about that that black card? Where is it here? Mind Whip? So 4 mana, throw it on a creature, and then on that creature's controller's upkeep, they gotta pay 3 or take 2 damage and you tap the creature. Maddening Wind. Now you've got an upkeep cost instead. Right? Yeah. Now you've got an upkeep cost instead. Cumulative upkeep of green. But they don't get a where they're just taking 2 damage. Actually, Maddening Wind. I might consider throwing that in. Earthlore. One green for an enchant land. Oh yeah. So yeah, Maddening Wind. If you're looking for some weird, green creature, like some weird green burn card on an enchant creature, maybe. Yeah. Earthlore. Tap enchanted land. Target blocking creature gets +1/+2 till end of turn. Activate only if enchanted land is untapped. The reason they say that is because the original text said, had a 0 as the activation cost. So it made it look like you could activate it more than once. No, you can only do it once. Let me think here. Elven Fortress. 2 mana to give a blocker +0/+1. Salad Devourer, sack a sapling to give it +1/+2. I think I would. I mean, it depends on what you're looking for. There are times when I would rather have Elven Fortress, because just being able to consistently pump toughness. But this is half a giant growth. It's iffy. Forbidden Lore. Christopher Rush, God bless his soul. 3 mana enchant land. Enchant creature has tapped, target creature gets +2/+1 till end of turn. This is almost as strong. This is almost as strong as Mystic Might, which is +2/+2. But it's blue and cumulative upkeep of a blue. This is just 3 mana up front. Only requires a single colored mana. So much better, but also in a color more along the lines of what you expect. I think if you want an effect like Mystic Might and you're playing green instead, you run Forbidden Lore. Can you find better effects? Probably. Whoops. How many enchant lands are there that give... Wow. Verdant Field was okay. Oh, target creature versus target. Oh, no. Yeah. I completely would have forgotten about Forbidden Lore. Forbidden Lore is better than Verdant Field. Yeah. I would play Verdant Field over Earth Lore, but I would play Forbidden Lore before Verdant Field. And then these two put a +1/+1 counter on a creature. I think if I want this style of effect, I run Forbidden Lore first. Assuming I'm in green. I run Forbidden Lore first. Because these, it only goes on a specific creature. Whereas these, you can change it every turn, plus it doesn't have to be your own. Okay. Yeah, Earth Lore, Forbidden Lore, much better. Stun of Growth. You can play this in Commander. This is almost like Time Stretch +1. This is like half an Expropriate. You never get the ability of stealing one of their permanents. This is not really a Commander playable card. I would not recommend this in Commander in general. If you're playing a 1v1 format, this is different. Because slowing your opponent down by 3 turns is kind of a lot. But it only slows down the cards they draw. It does not do anything about the cards that they've already got in play. So, I would keep that in mind. You're looking at a card that just makes somebody draw cards again and nothing else. This is more or less a 1v1 card. Aurochs. The problem with Aurochs is there's only 4. Notice they all have the same line. Whenever this attacks, it gets +1/+0 till end of turn for each other. Attacking for. And they all have trample. So, the problem though is, do you have, like you can't build this as a tribal deck. So if you're building Aurochs tribal, you have to run all 4 of these. Notice that it only pumps power. It doesn't pump toughness at all. just power. So then you're going to have to run some kind of cloning effect. You're going to have to run this to make sure that you can have more copies come into play. It's hard to make this run well because again, Aurochs needs more Aurochs to make it playable. And they just don't exist. You would end up playing this for the most part as a 4 mana 2/3 trample. That once in a while might become a 3/3. In a format like Commander, not worth it. Pike Knight. Elvish Visionary, but slower. Although, to be fair, I think it's the first Elvish Visionary card. I.e., cheap creature comes in play, draws a card. I don't think we had this ability before then. 1996. Yeah. There weren't other options. 6, 4, 1, 2, 3. You know what? Actually, let's take a quick zoom through here. Oh yeah, Freely's Charm and the Krovikan Fetish, I think it was. No, not Krovikan Fetish. Oh no, Othalim Duel. Oh no, sorry, Leshrac Sigil. Leshrac Sigil. This one makes them discard. What was Othalim Duel then? Oh, Othalim Duel was the Lich variant. Okay. But yeah, Freely's Charm, really, really good. This last ability only works when it's in play. But yeah, the amount of card draw that you can get out of this just from people playing black spells just naturally, really, really good. Freely's Supplicant. The easiest way to do this is play, green in combination with red or white. I would say red because creatures that want to sacrifice themselves anyway, you just, fling them before they die for extra damage. Trailblazer, it's cute. Literally, target creature is unblockable till end of turn. Whiteout, hilariously, in Mystery Booster 2, literally has no art. because it's a whiteout, so you can't see anything. Ritual of Subdual. Play this when you've got enough other stuff that can tap for mana. And then this shuts down lands from tapping for colored mana. But it might end up helping one player at the table who's trying to produce colorless mana. Their lands, on the other hand, they're screwed. Oh yeah, if you want more consistent life gain, play this along with some way to change their, like, this doesn't work as well as what was the blue one? This doesn't work as well as Life Tap, because Life Tap you have a Maya Cradle of Growth. For Thought Leech, you have Harbinger of the Seas, but it would only work against certain lands. It's basically, Blood Moon, but islands. Scaled Worm. It's just big. Oh yeah, Frailties wins. Oh, you play Frailties as wins in combination with an effect like Seedborn Muse. Your stuff will keep untapping. Your opponents won't. Yeah. You know what? Are there any? Yes, there are. Oh yeah. Let's get through these real quick. And I'm just going to do all 13 because there's only 13 of them. Bone Shaman. 4 mana for a 3/3 creature, which doesn't sound amazing. Black activation cost to stop creatures from regenerating. If you're playing a 4 mana 3/3 giant, which you might have to if you're playing Giant Tribal. If you're playing more than just mono red, so if you're playing Rakdos or larger, this will very, very rarely but occasionally come up and suddenly makes this better than just Tor Giant and Hill Giant. Shambling Strider. 6 mana for 5/5 sounds about right. With a weird activated ability, you pay 2 mana. One is red, one is green, to give it +1/-1 till end of turn. What? Now, to be fair, it does mean that with 10 mana, you can have it attack as a... Sorry, with 8 mana, you can have it attack as a 9-power creature, but it'll be a 9/1, and its power and toughness are always going to add up to 10, because if you try to go to 10, well, then you end up with a 10/0 and it dies. If that's a thing you need to do, sometimes that's the thing you need to do. Krovikan Elementalist. Did not really sink in what this thing did, but this is funny. So 2 black for a 1/1. You have to play at least Grixis to play this. For red +2, target creature gets +1/+0 till end of turn. Fire breathing any creature. 2 blue, target creature you control gains flying till end of turn. Sack at the beginning of the next end step. So again, you want to do this onto a creature that's going to die anyway. Ball Lightning is a good go-to example. For those people that don't actually remember Ball Lightning, let's go all the way back to the original. Thank you. 3 red, 6/1, trample, haste. At the beginning of the next end step, sack this creature. Yeah, this is probably this or the, like, original artwork. I like this one because, like, it's cleaner in terms of, like, what it actually does and everything else. It doesn't have reminder text, it doesn't have this, that, whatever else. This is a cool form for Ball Lightning, though. And they gave it back to us in Standard and Foundations. That's fun. Anyway. So, pay double blue. Trample, haste, fly through the air. Like, whoa, ah! Yeah. Again, it's going to require Grixis. This is going to require Junt. Double red for a 1/1. Double red tap. Target creature can't regenerate this turn. This is an Orc Cleric. The first ability stops things from regenerating. What? But the other two are pay a red mana and either double black or double green. Regenerate target black or green creature. So she will regenerate a creature. It just requires some extra effort. However, if you're playing this card, you should probably be playing Urborg Tome of Yawgmoth and Yavimaya Cradle of Growth, in which case either of these, whichever one you get to first, should be easy, at which point you'll be able to regenerate probably 2/3 of your creatures, because I assume you're not running a lot of red creatures in that deck. Sorry, a lot of mono red creatures. If I'm playing this, I probably want to be playing more red and more black and green. That being said, again, you can always regenerate somebody else's creatures. Addercar Unicorn. A white creature that gives you blue mana, but you can only use it to pay cumulative upkeep costs. That being said, it is a 3 mana 2/2. It's not useless in and of itself. If you are playing with cumulative upkeep and you're playing, at least Azorius, you probably want to be playing this. It'll help keep things like your Mystic Might or whatever alive. Zurin Enchanter. This is basically Disrupting Scepter. It's easier to cast initially, slightly harder to activate, but if you're playing at least the mirror, this should be easy. 1 blue, 1 other for a 1/1. Tap a black and 2 other and tap it. And make somebody discard a card. Only on your turn. Reality Twist. Have fun with this one. Triple blue enchantment with cumulative upkeep, double blue +1. You're probably only keeping this around for 2 turns, and this requires a 5-color deck, and it's a heavy blue. So, if you take a look at the back of a Magic card, see those 5-color dots? Now ignore blue out of that. Whoops. So. White and red oppose each other. Black and green oppose each other. Your mountains will tap for white. Your plains will tap for red. Your forests will tap for black. And your swamps will tap for green. And that affects everybody. It's not just you. And if you take a look at what I said here, plains tap for red, mountains tap for white, swamps tap for green, forests tap for black. That is literally how it works. You basically want to play like 5-color blue. You know, basically a largely mono blue deck. And this will just screw over everybody else at the table. Have fun with it. Arneson Zora. Not the first time. Sorry, the first time we've seen this, but won't be the last time. Right, Teferi's Care. 1 white, 2 other, pay white, second enchantment, destroy target enchantment, or 2 blue plus 3 target counter target enchantment spell. Orange Sensora. 1 white, 2 other, enchantment, 1 white, second enchantment, destroy target enchantment. 2 blue plus 3 counter target enchantment spell. It is literally the exact same card. Reference to Dave Arneson, I believe. Oh, Arneson. Yeah. One of the games that, one of the people that came out with, like, yeah, Arneson? Yeah, Arneson. Probably the same. Like, literally, take 2 letters, swap them around. Probably did that so he didn't have to pay royalties or whatever. Anyway. Yeah. If you're playing at least Azorius, would not be upset to throw this in a deck. Or to see this in a deck. Same with Teferi's Care. Although, I probably wouldn't run both. But what it will do is it'll keep annoying enchantments off the table. You know, if somebody's got Smothering Tithe and it's just getting the opponent too far an advantage, you can always pay 1 white and sacrifice the aura itself, because it is an enchantment, to blow up Smothering Tithe. Or, keep in mind, it says enchantment. Enchantment creatures are a thing. Enchantment artifacts are a thing. And hilariously, the card Urza's Saga is an enchantment land. And so is Valgavoth's Lair, although first you have to make it lose hexproof. So there's enchantment lands, there's enchantment creatures, there's enchantment artifacts. I know we've got an artifact planeswalker. I don't think we have an enchantment planeswalker yet. Battles are too new to be crossbred. That being said, you know, you can always combine them with cards like Enchanted Evening, which literally turns everything into an enchantment that's not already one. Only affects permanents. Stuff being cast, yeah. But, yeah, Arneson Zora, perfectly fine card, if you ask me. Naked Singularity. So, you know what I was saying about Reality Twist a moment ago? Now this is 5 mana with a cumulative upkeep of 3. So the cumulative upkeep is the same as just any type of mana instead. And triple blue to 5 mana, yeah, feels about right. However, this affects everybody. Plains tapping for red still stays the same. However, plains tapping for red now should mean that, let's see here, islands tap for green. Is that right? Yeah, swamps for white, mountains for blue, and forest for black. Islands for green, swamps for... Yeah, islands for green, swamps for white, mountains for blue, forest for black. Yeah, so basically, if you take this and go, imagine it's a circle, and go 2 places counterclockwise, or depending on where you're from, anti-clockwise, and that's the color it now taps for. And this one, you play 5 color and do not care. This one, you play for... This only affects lands with the basic land types. Oh, hold on a moment. If a land has more than one basic land type, the player tapping the land for mana can choose to produce mana of either color. But if it produces more than one mana, all the mana is of the same color. Alright, so what you... I mean, the ideal situation, of course, is... So, you play the Triomes and the Spurs headquarters and whatever else. Because those will impact what you're doing minimally. You play whatever opposing duels you can. And you play whatever 5 color lands, like City Brass and whatever else you can. And then it's not that big a deal to you. And people playing decks that aren't ready for that. Or you play basically, you play lands that are opposing colored duels, like have the actual basic land types, tri-lands, and lands that don't have one of these types. You can play Castle Ardenvale and not care, it'll still tap for white. Because it's not a plains. Mystic Sanctuary is going to end up tapping for green. But you don't play Mystic Sanctuary. It makes deck construction very interesting for this. Brian Shaman. Brian Shaman is kind of like Arnson's Aura. So, where Arnson's Aura was like an enchantment that let you blow up an enchantment and then pay mana to counter an enchantment, this is a creature that lets you sack a creature to pump a creature, or sack a creature to counter a creature. So, and I only just realized that now. This came out like 30 years ago. I've known about this card for 30 years. I just realized that now. 1 black, 1 other for 1/1. Tap and sack a creature to almost giant growth. +2/+2. Almost giant growth. 2 blue, 1 other, and sack a creature, counter target creature spell. You're in black. The chance of you not having creatures that you can sacrifice, whether it's through effects like Breeding Pit or whatever, or just creatures that don't mind dying, Gravecrawler comes to mind. It would be pretty strange. It would be an interesting deck that didn't have creatures that didn't mind dying. So, but yeah, I think when have I done Dimir already? Or am I doing Dimir? I think I did Dimir already. Yeah, I did Dimir already. Yeah, I did my Dimir already. Oh, yeah, I wanted reanimation type stuff. Tell me I have enough artifacts to reanimate. 1, 2, 3. Oh. Hey. Did I? I can bring this back. Oh, that's too funny. Oh, that's too funny. I can reanimate a land. Oh, I love it. But yeah. This is, yeah. Again, a perfectly serviceable creature. Do you have bodies that you're willing to sacrifice willy-nilly? Okay. You're playing at least a mirror. At least consider it. The fact that you can sack creatures, hilariously, sack a creature to counter your counter an opponent's commander is just mean. Orcish Lumberjack, or as I like to call them back in the day, Orky Jacks. 1 red for 1/1. Tap and sack a forest. Add 3 mana in any combination of red and or green mana. I still remember back in the day, and we'll cover this card, momentarily, because I might as well just zip through the rest of them. Karplusan Forest, when it came out, we're like, it has the name Forest in it. Is it a forest? And nobody was really sure until I think it was in like Scry magazine or something like that. Because back in the day, there was Scry, there was Inquest, and I can never remember the third one. But there were like 3 different magazines that we used as price guides, and also would turn around and have articles. And Inquest was the less serious one, more joke articles and stuff like that. But the price guide part itself was actually pretty good. This is before most people, like people that had the internet, like it wasn't in most homes. Like I say this from somebody in North America. It wasn't in most homes. It was, maybe you go to the library, or maybe you've got a friend that's up the street, or even a lot of schools, you didn't have general internet access. Maybe in the library they had a machine that might be connected to it, and it was dial-up. So if you really want to know what was going on, you'd have to, realistically, you'd wait for Inquest or Scry to pop up and look things up that way. And that's how we found out that no, just because Carplusen Forest says forest in the name does not mean it's actually a forest. It actually has to have the forest type. Oh. Still, I had a friend who built a deck that used Nether Void, which I'll pull up real quickly. Let's do the original. Holy cow. 4 mana World Enchantment. World is kind of like legendary, but it's a little weirder. Whenever a player casts a spell, counter it unless they pay 3. So basically, every spell that gets cast, Mana Leak triggers. What? Mana Leak. Counter target spell unless its controller pays 3. But it does this for every single spell. You combine this with red and black land destruction, and, you know, keep in mind, we're talking Type 1 before it was even called Type 1. Or, sorry, before it was called Vintage. You know, i.e. it was called Type 1 first, and then got the name Vintage later. And, you know, back, you know, so you're playing a one-on-one game, 20 life per player, you know, lightning bolts and chain lightnings and incinerates did a lot of damage, and you blew up enough of their land to slow things down, and Nether Void just turned around and said, yeah, you're not casting any more spells. Strip Mine, couple wastelands. Yeah. So he came up, because I asked him, I said, look, I want an inexpensive deck that can keep up with your land destruction deck. And back then, the original dual lands were like maybe $5 or $10. They were cheap. The game was maybe 2 years old, and nobody knew if it was, you know, how much longer it was going to last. So, turn 1, drop an Orcish Lumberjack off something like Taiga. Turn 2, play a second land. Whoops. Excuse you. Turn 2, play a second land. Sacrifice one of them to the Orcish Lumberjack. Cast this. That's nice. Your land destruction is going to start. His cheapest land destruction was going to be Sinkhole, which is double black. If he didn't have double black, his other land destruction was at 3. Pillage and Stone Rain. Plus, you know, plus a couple of strip mines initially, until they restricted strip mine when Wasteland came out. In the meantime, I have a 4/5. Which means it's going to require at least 2 lightning bolts to kill it. By which point, I probably have another force that I can play. And I'll play another one. And it just, yeah. It held up decently. But yeah, Orcish Lumberjack, it's decent. I wouldn't play it in a lot of decks, but if you're playing red and green, green has ways to replay it, of replaying lands from your graveyard and playing additional lands. So if you've got that going on and you need like the occasional sudden burst, You're playing red and green? Yeah, okay. Might be a consideration. Burnt Offering. Similar idea, except similar idea to Orcish Lumberjack, except instead of having a red creature where you sack lands for mana, this is basically Dark Ritual with an additional cost of sacking a creature, but you can get red or black mana for it, where X is, where the amount of mana is, how much did you spend on, how much does the creature cost? Okay, well, I sacrificed Gurmag Angler. Okay, well, that's a 7 mana card. Doesn't matter that you only spent 2 or 3 and exiled a bunch from your graveyard. It's a 7 mana card. Okay, I'll take like 5 red and 2 black, and I'll cast a giant dragon. Okay. Tinderwall, rarely seen outside of combo decks. Nobody cares that it's a wall, realistically. The fact that it's a wall, the fact that it's got Defender, does not matter. It is a 1 mana card that you can sack for 2. This part here, rarely even, like this last ability, pay a red, sack this creature, 2 damage to target creatures blocking, rarely matters. It is a 1 mana card that turns into 2. And you can sack it right away. It's basically a Dark Ritual effect that's in red-green. You know what? We might as well go through the rest of them. Let's see if this actually works. Yep. Alright, let's plow through the rest of them now. Mountain Titan, now a giant. Oh. See, some of the... This is a 4 mana 2/2. And a 3 mana activation cost. However, for paying that 3 mana, every black spell that you cast this turn puts a +1 counter on this guy. Did not realize how good that could actually be. And I mean, look how huge she is, and he's only a 3/3. Like, this is a chalet. No, this is a part of a castle, I think, for scale. This is his knee. How is this only a 2? How is this only a 2/2? That being said, to play this, how I would want to play this ideally would be a largely black deck and tweak the mana base itself to have a decent amount of, like, a decent amount of dual lands. Let's say 38 lands. I probably want somewhere in the ballpark of like 15 dual lands, because I want to be able to hit this double red often enough. I might not need that. I might be able to do it with like 10. But I want to make sure I hit that double red. But I want to be able to activate it regularly. Oh no. That can stack. Oh no. If you have 6 mana, 4 of which is 4 of which is red, and the other 2 doesn't matter. And enough mana left, like basically 6 mana to spare. Start casting, do that, activate it twice, start casting your black spells. It will get 2 +1/+1 counters. If you've got 9 to spare, it gets 3. A dark ritual not only generates triple black, but will net you, like, will make this thing huge. Wow. Yeah, you want to play Giant Tribal? If you're playing at least Rakdos, play this. Stormbind. Stormbind used to be a card back in the day. The problem with Stormbind is that you had no control over the card that you discarded. But, you know, if the card's in your hand, just like, when did Gatecrash come out? Burning Tree Emissary? Yes. Gatecrash. You came out in 2013. Okay. So that's like 12 years ago now. Jesus Christ, Superstar. I went to a Grand Prix. A friend of mine and I had just finished coming up with a standard Boros Resurrector deck, we called it. Not Reanimator, because we're not playing black. Resurrector, because we're resurrecting creatures. This set had just come out. We completely missed the boat on how good Burning Tree Emissary was. It didn't click. It's like, oh, you get 2 mana, okay, we'll just cast like a, 2 mana. No. Burning Tree Emissary into Burning Tree Emissary into Burning Tree Emissary into like some, Flint Hoof Boar, I think it was, or something like that. It's turn 2 have like 9 power on the table, whatever. We didn't see that. But what I did was I ran this guy, Tibalt the Fiend-Blooded. And I had 2 of this in my deck and wished I'd had a third. And this is one of those planeswalkers that is heavily derided for being a bad card. And most of the time it is. Because even its +1 ability, draw a card, then discard a card at random. But the deck that I was playing, lands hang up in the graveyard? Okay. I've got more. Creatures hang up in my graveyard? Cool. I want to bring them back from the graveyard under play. Unburial Rates hang up in the graveyard? Cool. I can flash it back for 4 instead of having to pay 5. Faithless Looting? Didn't mind being in the graveyard. I think in my main deck, almost 3/4 of my deck did not care if it ended up in the graveyard. At which point, discard card random? Okay. Shrug. Don't care. And so, depending on the way your deck is designed, if you're playing the kind of deck that it does not care about the discard, about the discard being random, then it doesn't care about the discard being random. It's just, an extra 2 damage every so often. Storm Spirit. I wish this card was better than it is. It's 6 mana for a 3/3 flyer, so I'm going to assume that... Oh, okay. I'm going to assume that 6 mana is the... For a 3/3 flyer, you're probably looking at white, green, and probably 2, which would leave 1 blue, 1 other. Tap to do 2 damage to target creature. But the problem here is that, like, this is basically what Prodigal Sorcerer has, but it can only hit creatures, but it's 2 damage. Part of what made Prodigal Sorcerer played as much as it did was because it could hit any target, i.e. you commonly did at the end of your opponent's turn to go, hey, by the way, ping you for 1. Hey, end of your turn, ping you for 1. Oh, you still didn't have a cheap enough creature, I'll ping you for 1. Okay, now I've got a second one, and I'll ping you for 2. This is okay, but you're paying 6 mana for, like, honestly, I would rather have, like, what, Magwar? One damage to any target on a 3/3 flyer for an easier cost plus a cheaper cost. Or, you know, do it this way. But, I mean, that being said, if you throw Basilisk Collar on it, it'll kill anything. And that's a 3/3 flyer with a Basilisk Collar on it. Maybe? I just don't think it's as good as... I think it was okay back in the day and just not as good anymore. In the meantime, this 3 mana Centaur Archer, 3 mana for a 3/2 creature, which is already fine at that point. Tap to deal 1 damage to target creature with flying, which is a much better creature. You know, it's almost the same size at half the cost. I would play, like, much better creature. Sure, it can only hit flyers. This can hit anything. But you've got a much more suitable body, too. Ghostly Flame. I'm sorry. Are you playing Rakdos? Are you concerned at all about protection from a color or something of that effect? Ghostly Flame. Play it. Throw a copy in your deck and just call it a day and not care. Keldorn Frostbeast. 5 mana for 2/4. Basically another Thicket Basilisk. So, 2 green plus 3. Whenever this blocks or becomes blocked by a non-wall, destroy that creature at the end of combat. 2/4. 1 green, 1 white, 3 other for 2/4. At the end of combat, destroy all creatures blocking or blocked by this creature. Drop some business about being a wall or not being a wall. And so basically, this will take out walls in addition. This would have been a better creature sweeper back in the day. And now you're what? Elemental Beast. Okay. I mean, I'd say about building Beast Tribal, but when you hit like Onslaught era, you end up with a lot of beasts because that was like a decent generic creature type. Glaciers. Glaciers are sunglasses over his you may... Oh, no, sorry, I lied. Conversion. 2 white, 2 other enchantment. Beginning of your upkeep, sack unless you pay 2 white. All mountains are plains. This is the exact same card. All mountains are plains. The only difference is it's white-blue with an upkeep of white-blue. So if you really want to screw over people playing red, you play at least Azorius and you run this and conversion. Does it? Do you need to do it? Nah. You can. I most of the time I wouldn't care. Fumarole. Are you playing, are you playing at least Rakdos? Then consider this spell. 1 red, 1 black, 3 other. Sorcery. Additional cost, 3 life. Destroy target creature and target land. Is there a creature you want to blow up? Yes? Okay. You're going to find a land you can take along for the ride. Is there a creature that you want to blow up? This is a 2-for-1. 25 cards. 1, 2. Wings of Esther. This is actually decent. 1 white. In fact, I started working on a cube many years ago, like over 10 years ago, I think, maybe closer to 15. Wings of Esther is one of those cards I put in there to, for white-blue, because it's an aura, which is a thing that white cares about, and it gives flying, which both white and blue care about. Enchant creature. Giant creature gets +1/+0 and has flying and has first strike. Yeah. Are you playing with auras? Do you want to be able to beat face easier? Wings of Esther. Earthlink. How much do you want to screw over people from being able to play too much? Oh, 1 black. Okay, so you have to play at least Jund for this. 1 black, 1 red, 1 green, +3. So basically, one of each of the Jund colors, and an additional 1 per color. If you want to think of it that way. Upkeep, pay 2 mana. Whenever a creature dies, that creature's controller sacrifices a land of their choice. So, don't play a lot of creatures, or, play cards that let you play with, like, indestructible creatures, for example. Eldrazi Monument is a good example. Play those. Don't care. And just keep hitting board wipes every so often. I mean, again, this also depends on how mean you want to be. If you want to be mean, and you're playing a mean Jund deck, Earthlink, indestructible creatures, and board wipes, and you'll end up so far ahead in mana. Not like that should be a problem in the first place. You're also playing green. Also, play with cards like, I was going to say play cards like Veteran Explorer, I think it is. But then you combine that with, like, Ankh of Meshra, so they take damage whenever lane comes into play. Yeah. This thing can get really mean really fast. Spectral Shield. One white, one blue, one other. Enchant creature gets +0/+2 and can't be the target of spells. You can still target them with abilities, but not by spells. So it's half a shroud. That's kind of silly. Reclamation. We thought Ghostly Prison was bad. Add a green mana to Ghostly Prison. And for the restriction of, restricting this down to black, which is probably, I would say it's probably one of the two biggest colors in Commander in general. I don't know which is bigger, black or green. Black creatures can't attack unless they sack a land for each black creature they control that's attacking. So in other words, attacking with a black creature has an additional cost of sacking a land. We think Ghostly Prison is bad, then you only have to pay 2 mana. No. This is making you sack land. How many were there? 25. Oh yeah, we're going to do them all. Monsoon. 1 red, 1 green, 2 other. Enchantment. See, this is much less good when they finally got rid of Mana Burn, which was, I think, in M10. Because before that, when Mana Burn still existed, you have unspent mana, or you have, if your land is if you've tapped lands for mana and you didn't use it all, you would take damage. Actually, you would lose life for the excess mana that you didn't spend. Then they got rid of Mana Burn. So now, you can hold up mana, or you can just tap it all and just not care. Monsoon turns around and says, oh, you've got, at the beginning of each player's end step, tap all untapped islands that player controls, and this deals X damage to that player, where X is the number of islands tapped this way. If they tap their lands even in response, they're not going to take any damage. But what this will do is that it will force their lands to become tapped, so that on your turn you can cast spells. So maybe it's not completely useless. It's just it's decent way of making sure your stuff gets of forcing your cards through. Elemental Augury. 1 of each of the Grixis colors. Black, blue, red. Enchantment. 3: look at the top 3 cards of target player's library, then put them back in any order. You do that regularly, you can control who's drawing what cards. Worth playing. Chromatic Armor. Okay. 1 white, 1 blue, 1 other. Enchant creature. Enters the battlefield, choose color, and put a sleight counter on it. The reason they call it a sleight counter was because of Sleight of Mind. I will pull that back up. Which changes color words. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to enchant creature by sources of the last chosen color. I generally suggest red. Not always, but red is most likely to be the source that's dealing damage more than other colors. X: put a sleight counter on the Sora and choose a color. X is the number of sleight counters on the Sora. So, it comes into play with 1, and let's say you chose red. If you suddenly have to turn around and call blue, now you pay 1, put an additional counter on it, and name blue. If you suddenly have to name green, well, now you pay 2, because there's 2 counters on it, put another counter on it, making 3, and name green. And every time you change the color, it's going to cost more and more and more. But it is a thing you can do, and there's always ways to reset it. Essence Vortex. This is basically murder that A, stops a person from regenerating it. B, gives the controller an out. They can pay life equal to the creature's toughness. How much do you want to keep that creature? If they've got a 7/7 in play, and their life is already getting, I'll say below 20, you hit Essence Vortex, that's 1/3 of their remaining life total to keep their 7/7. Of course, you're playing blue, you're playing black, you'll probably end up stealing the creature later. But it was nice while it lasted. Giant Trapdoor Spider. 1 red, 1 green, 1 other for a 2/3. It does not have reach, unlike most spiders in the game. 1 green, 1 red, 1 other. Tap, colon. Exile this creature and target creature without flying that's attacking you. The only thing that's a target is the creature that doesn't have flying. So, with this ability on the stack, you exile, let's say you flicker the spider, let's say you return it back to your hand, let's say you sacrifice it and reanimate it afterward, whatever. The attacking creature, has to be attacking you on the ground. Well, actually it says without flying. So, could have shadow, could have horsemanship, whatever. It doesn't have flying. As far as most people are concerned, if it doesn't have flying, it's a ground creature. If those 3 requirements are met, you get the spider out of the way in response to its trigger, and their creature is gone for good, and you get your spider back. Hymn of Rebirth. 1 green, 1 white, 3 other, sorcery. Reanimate a creature from any graveyard. Actually, let me see Resurrection for a quick sec. Oh, that's the difference. Return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. Put target creature from a graveyard. Oh! Hymn of Rebirth for costing 1 more mana and changing one of the colored mana to green lets you reanimate from any graveyard. That's interesting. No wonder Hymn of Rebirth is actually a decent way in the list of playable. Fiery Justice. 1 green, 1 white, 1 red, sorcery. 5 damage divided as you choose among a number of targets. Target opponent gains 5 life. You could go... if you've got a bunch of 1/1s, kill those 5. You can have 5 life. As long as there's still 1 legal target when it goes to resolve, it'll do as much of it as it can. It may not kill the creatures, but your opponent's still going to gain 5. Flooded Flooded Woodlands. Where did we see it? Reclamation was white, green, and stop black. Flood Woodlands, blue, black +2, and stops green creatures from attacking unless they sack a land. Yeah. Skeleton Ship, back when Legend was a creature type. Legendary creature skeleton. 1 black, 1 white, 1 black, 1 blue +3, 0/3. When you control no islands, sack it. Tap, put a -1/-1 counter on target creature. Hilariously, like, the activate ability, the wording has not changed. And the, no island trigger is easy to fix. It's a 0/3, but again, I don't care about Lightning Bolt. Altar of Bone. 1 green, 1 white, sorcery, additional cost, sack a creature. Search your library for a creature card revealed, put in your hand, and shuffle. Demonic Tutor for creatures. Additional cost, sack a creature. This is going to end up getting compared to cards like Worldly Tutor, which is 1 green, instant. But the card you search up goes on top. So, on extra, a white mana in addition, slow it down to sorcery speed, but then an additional cost of sacking a creature, but then the card goes to hand. You may have, if you've got sacrificial creatures, which if you're playing white is not completely unrealistic, either, a bunch of token generation, which green also likes to do, or creatures that don't mind sacrificing in the first place. Doom Traveler comes to mind. As a creature that when it dies, you got another one to replace it. So, yeah, the sack a creature part usually is really minimal drawback, and then you tutor up any creature. You only have the big thing about reveal is anytime you're looking for a card that meets a specific requirement, so in this case a creature card, you always reveal it so that you can prove, hey, I actually searched for what I was looking for. Then put in your hand and shuffle. Mariki Barrett. 1 black, 1 blue, 1 white. For a 1/1. Doesn't untap normally. Tap it to steal somebody else's creature as long as you control her. And when she leaves the when she leaves the battlefield or becomes untapped, destroy that creature and don't regenerate. So you can go and just, if you have a way to consistently untap her, you can just tap, untap, and just keep stealing somebody else's keep stealing an opponent's creatures and then blow it up. Let's see how this goes. The funny thing, oh no. Even funnier, because it says destroy that creature. If you have something like Eldrazi Monument in play to keep, to make your creatures indestructible, okay, You're not getting your creatures back. Even if Mariki leaves the battlefield, you're not getting your creatures back. Wow. Okay, that's brutal. Diabolic Vision. 1 black, 1 blue. Look at the top 5 of your library. 1 in your hand, the rest back on top in any order. You get to rearrange the top 5 cards of your deck and then drop the top one. It's sorcery speed, but that's fine. And then Fire Covenant. 1 black, 1 red, 1 other. Instant. Additional cost, pay X life. And then however much damage you dealt, or you took, it deals that much damage as you choose among a number of target creatures. Cool. I've got a high enough life total. I'll take 17. I'm going to split 17 damage between these guys. You're a 5/5, you're a 5/5. You're a 4/4. Take out the 2/2 and the 0/1. Really, really strong removal spell. Like, if you want targeted removal, like, if I want, like, if I'm playing Rakdos, I might consider this. Like, if I'm looking for an effect along the lines of Lightning Bolt, I might play this, and I'm probably playing this instead. You did a set. Oh, Beholder's Disintegration Ray, that's why. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Alright, let's just get through the rest of this. Artifacts. Because it's literally just artifacts and lands. I've been at this for a little under 6 hours. 45 cards, so the first couple of rows. Amulet of Quas, banned. Don't even bother asking. This card requires you to play for ante. Playing for ante has not been legal in sanctioned Magic events for at least 25 years. We're not even going to bother talking about that one. Staff of the Ages. 3 mana artifact. Creatures with landlock abilities can be blocked as though they didn't have those. Run a cup, run one here and there. It's fine. Somebody's going to be playing some amount of landlock at some point. I would not be probably the most. I think that's about you. Yeah, this is probably the most common landwalker that I can think of in general. That doesn't mean there aren't others. This is just the most common one I can think of in general. She's a 7 mana 6/6 Swamp Walk. At the beginning of your and the Swamp Walk is a line people forget is a thing. At the beginning of your upkeep, you reanimate one of your creatures. At the beginning of your opponent's upkeeps, they sack a creature. You keep getting your creatures back, and theirs keep dying. Still perfectly fine card. I think if I'm going against, I think if I'm going up against a random, like if I'm taking one deck to a Magic Fest or whatever the heck they're called these days, and I'm playing the Commander tables, I think playing one copy, like throwing a random copy of this in my 99 is fine, because at some point I'm going to be, ha, gotcha. Aegis of the Meek. Pendelhaven before we got Pendelhaven. Actually, no. Pendelhaven after we got Pendelhaven. Sorry, I'm wrong there. Because Pendelhaven was originally in Legends. Tap, target 1/1 creature gets +1/+2 till end of turn. 3 to cast, 1 tap, target 1/1 creature gets +1/+2 till end of turn. It's the exact same ability, but you're paying 3 to cast it and 1 to tap, instead of getting it thrown in as a bonus on a legendary land. It's still fine if you're playing with enough 1/1s, i.e., are you playing a token strategy? Yeah, you probably have a use for the occasional one, but I would probably play some kind of mass pump effect instead. Celestial Sword. Six to cast, 3 tap. Target creature gets +3/+3 till end of turn. Its controller sacrifices at the beginning of the next end step. If I was to play this, this goes back to the assault suit. Creature gets +2/+2, has haste, can't attack you, planeswalker, and can't be sacrificed. Its controller sacrifices the beginning of the next end step. If I'm throwing a bunch of artifacts together to permanently pump a creature, but if I'm doing that, why don't I just get an equipment that gives +3/+3 instead? So definitely Simulacrum. 4 to cast for a 2/4 artifact creature, which wasn't bad back in the day. 1 +1/+0 till end of turn. Really, really strong. Cumulative upkeep of 1. But it's only it's only 1. So this, like in a semi-competitive environment, this is actually quite decent. This is basically the same size as a giant spider that loses reach, but gains fire breathing of any color, or of any type of mana, I should say. Cumulative upkeep of 1. Okay, you're going to be able to keep it around for 4 turns at least. Still fine. War Chariot. Not a bad card. 3 to cast, 3 tap. Target creature gains trample till end of turn. I wouldn't advise you. Woolly Mammoth was has trample as long as you control a snow land. Yeah. If you have enough snow basics, if you have enough snowlands, the Woolly Mammoth already has trample, so this would be redundant. It's still okay. There's generally better ways to give trample, but for something that you can turn around and go, hey, that has trample now, or yeah, no, that has trample now. Okay, yeah, you can pass it around. Soldevi Golem. A worse Juggernaut, basically. 4 casting cost, 5/3. Doesn't untap normally. The beginning of your upkeep, you can untap one of your opponent's creatures to untap this. That being said, like Juggernaut was fine. Soldevi Golem is probably better in ADH than it would have been otherwise. because it'd be like, no, I'm going to be attacking you, so I'll untap your creature because you're not really doing anything, so I'm not going to worry about you too much. No, actually, you know what? Declare attackers, I'm attacking you instead. What? Oh. Vibrating Sphere. Such... I mean... yes, but... when you get older... yes. Oh, man. Vibrating Sphere. On your turn, gives all your creatures a power boost. And on other people's turns, makes them weaker. It gives them a toughness penalty. This is hard to make work well. You need to make sure your creatures are sufficiently big enough that, you know, you probably want your smallest creature to have like 4 or 5 toughness so it can actually survive being, you know, having Vibrating Sphere around. If that... sorry, smelling something funny. If that's good, you're good. I mean, I could see throwing it in a dragon deck. Angels, probably. Dragons, yeah. Basically, anything that Kalia cares about, consider it. Atticur Sentinel. This is... so if you look at Soldevi Simulacrum, it's a 4 mana 2/4, so basically 4 mana 3/3 with fire breathing and cumulative upkeep of 1. This has got 1 extra mana in its cost, no upkeep, but gets a pump to its toughness, and is a 3/3. So it works out about the same, but for an extra point of toughness. And this could also be another one of those cards where I want a colorless source that can deal, you know, decent damage based on its toughness. So you just pump it a bunch. You can run this, and it doesn't have to have another way to attack. Shield of the Ages. Do you have a bunch of mana? Do you want to stop something from dealing damage to you? Shield of the Ages. 2 to cast, 2 colon. Prevent the next 1 damage should be dealt to you this turn. Just if I feed 10 mana into it, I'll stop the next 5 damage, which means I stop that from dealing damage to me. There are worse cards. For damage, for a colorless damage prevention source, it's actually pretty good. Elkin Bottle. Based on the Klein Bottle. When people talk about impulse draws, they're talking about, and I'm trying to remember the name of the actual card. Act on Impulse, I think was the first one. 14, yeah, Act on Impulse. Exile the top 3 cards of your library. Till end of turn, you may play those cards. Then a few years later, we got Reckless Impulse. Same idea, but 1 less mana, 1 less card. Elkin Bottle, 3 mana, 3 tap, exile the top card of your library. Until the beginning of your next upkeep, you may play that card. So it's not it's not until the end of next turn, but you've got basically till it hits your turn again. Whalebone Glider. 2 cast, 2 tap, target creature power 3 or less gains flying till end of turn. You have a relatively small creature. Like, okay, for a moment there, I thought this little bit here was a Pokeball, but Pokemon didn't exist yet. You need a random blocker all of a sudden because you need to stop this 7/7 dragon from dealing damage to you. It doesn't have trample. Okay. I'll take one of my goblin tokens, throw it up in the air. Okay, splat. Thanks. That just saved me 7 damage. Finthorn Bow giving first strike. A lot of these cards that have, like, some cost and a tap. There's, like, War Chariot. There's usually better ways. Oh, yeah. And now the non-basic lands, because this will be quick. There are 2 cycles of 5 cards, and then 3 additionals on top of that. So, Timberline Ridge, this cycle. So, both cycles are 2 allied colors. So, white, blue, blue, black, black, red, red, green, green, white. You have your depletion lands, and you have your pain lands. The depletion lands are these guys. Does not say it comes in a play tapped, which is something a lot of people miss out on. It doesn't untap. It doesn't untap if it's got a depletion counter on it. And when you tap it for colored mana, you put a depletion counter on it. So you can use it like every other turn, but it starts untapped. Unless an effect makes it come and play tap, but that's different. So if you're looking for a relatively aggressive deck, this is fine. If you're looking for a cheap dual land and you don't need colored mana every turn, or you've got down to like, I need a lot of dual lands, these are still okay. Also, depending on the colors you're playing, if you are playing red-green or green-white, you have access to Yavimaya Cradle of Growth. And if you're playing blue-black or black-red, you have access to Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth. Both of which will bypass this ability unless it taps unless you need it for the other color. It doesn't help, but it does mean that it's a little easier on you. So really it's only white, blue. I think it's only white, blue. Yeah, it's only white, blue. You actually end up having to worry about the depletion counters. The other 4 color combinations, you have ways to bypass it. Wow. All 5 of you are together. And then all 5 of you are together. Then there's these guys. These are... I think they're a lot better than most people give credit for. They come into play untapped. You're playing a 40 life format. Yes, they don't have a basic land type. They tap for 1 of 2 colors at the cost of 1 point of damage. You're playing 40 life. It is, I think it's reasonable they'll have done you like 5 damage over the course of the game. Because after that, you just tap it for colorless because you probably have your colors sorted out by then. And these are really good for that sort of thing. You know, Brush Lane, Kerplusen Forest, Attica Way, Sulphur Springs, Underground River. They all fix your mana, come into play untapped, ping you a little bit, and then you're done. Then you've got your last three cards. Hall of Mists. It's a land that does not... So, the last 3 lands do not tap for mana. This has got a cumulative upkeep of 1. Creatures that attack during the controller's last turn can't attack. So, any given creature can only attack at most every other turn. If you're playing some kind of colorless if you're playing some kind of control deck, you may want to consider this. Ice Flow. Again, a land that doesn't tap for mana. You can choose not to untap it. Okay, what happens if I keep the land tapped? Tap target creature without flying that's attacking you, and it doesn't untap for as long as the Ice Flow is tapped. What? Yeah, so that nice big, that nice big 12/12 dinosaur that you've got, tap. It's not going to untap anymore until I decide to untap this, and I just may not choose to. And then Glacial Chasm, the one that's most likely to, that you'll come across. Cumulative upkeep of paying 2 life. Now, to keep it around for 4 turns is going to be 20 life. 2 life, 4 life, 6 life, 8 life. 2 and 8 is 10. 4 and 6 is 10. 10 and 10 is 20. Now not only does this not tap for mana, when it comes into play, you sack land. You can't attack. However, prevent all damage that would be dealt to you. Not combat damage. No. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to you. There's a reason this thing's $11. And that's partly because it was only uncommon. Yeah. Oh, that's a pretty one. Yeah, and it's almost that much on Magic Online in terms of tickets, assuming that one ticket's approximately equal to $1. That's 11. That's 9 and change. Yeah. You play and there's a reason it's on the Game Changers list. All you have to do... Can I find ways to put additional lands into play? Can I find ways to get lands back from my graveyard? If the answer to both is yes, Glacial Chasm can keep coming back every turn. The easiest way to do those is in green, but you can do it through other methods. In fact, hilariously, whenever this creature becomes tapped, choose one. Return target land card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. So, I'll use Crucible of Worlds to bring a land back into play. Then I'll use Scare Tiller to bring back a land and sacrifice the one that I just brought back into play. That's a colorless way to keep it going. So yeah, wow, surprisingly short, and that was actually all of Ice Age tonight. I did not expect to actually get through it all. I should fix these really quickly. Alright, well in that case, I might as well... I'm gonna do the thing. Do the thing! Alright. And, on that note, I guess I will see you guys next week. Wow. And we did... What was this? 6 hours and... Yeah, okay. So roughly 6 hours to get through Ice Age. I am pleasantly surprised I got through it all. Anyway, I am off. Have a good night, people. Ice Age Alliances, I believe, is the next one up. So yeah, that'll be an interesting one. Let's just do a quick preview, shall we? Whoops. 144 cards. And sort by descending. Oh yeah. Oh, some of these are going to be entertaining AF. Yeah. I cannot wait to do this one. But that's what next week's for. Alrighty. Have a good night. Adios. Ta-ra.